A very warm welcome to the fourth and final day here in Alghero, Italy, for the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. It has been a thrilling days of action here, as we've seen freshly crowned junior champions and new names register themselves as ones to watch as this incredible sport continues to develop. Today, we see the final action in the mixed 4x1500 meters relay, starting off with the 14 to 16 years. I'm joined once more by Alice Deering, World Junior Champion and 2020 Tokyo Olympian. And Alice, all the action has built to the fourth and final day.
This is always such a special event, getting to swim open water as a relay. Really, really exciting, really special for the athletes, because you kind of grow up doing distance swimming, accepting the fact that you're not going to get those opportunities to, do the 4x100 or do the 4x2. So to have a relay in open water, I've always thought is really cool and really special for the athletes.
And it's been such a stalwart on the program now. It's one of the most exciting events that we see raced at the World Championships. It was tested for the first time at World Junior Championships, much like the 3-kilometer knockout sprint yesterday. Potentially we could see some new tactics being used today.
Yes, yeah, we typically see the boys leading off at the world stage. Anyway, we typically see 2 men leading off, then 2 women coming in behind. But I'd love to see some nations play with, putting a woman up front or putting a girl up front, and just seeing how that maybe gives them advantage in the later part of the race. But yeah, absolutely. I think I definitely think there are going to be some different tactics, because some teams have some very big hitters in terms of some of the girls who can swim some really, really quick pool times, and similarly to the boys who can swim some quick pool times as well. So it's going to be a really, really interesting race today.
You can see the course here has been set up just differently for those relay changeovers. These incredible officials have turned it around quite quickly. We're about to introduce the 14 teams that are going to be swimming in this mixed 4x1.5 kilometer race. 14 to 16 years ready to come. There are some big names. I've got 5 teams that I believe could take out the gold, but the USA has been unstoppable through the first 3 days of competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
so here we go. About to be introduced to some of our athletes. The first team out of the holding pen will be the Germans. They loom large as one of the favorites, a very proud open water nation.
Yes, definitely. Jonas Lush there, having a great race a couple of days ago, so I think this is going to be like a very strong team.
And you mentioned earlier, Alice, the order will play a part. The Germans going girl, girl, boy, boy to anchor off with Lech on the anchor. So potentially ones to watch on that final stretch. 1,500 meters the distance, and a lot can be achieved just through one leg alone.
Yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. The variety of teams, getting girls swimming against boys and boys against girls. It just makes for such exciting racing. Like, how many of these girls can stick in with the boys at the front, and then at the back end, will any of the girls get caught going into the straight with some boys coming up behind them?
So more teams being introduced now. This is Hungary, another one of the favorites to take out today's race. Similarly to Germany, they have that aspirations on the top title. Girl, girl, boy, boy as well. Moving through to Greece, they've been massive throughout these competitions, and really, we can expect them to push through in the open age relay as well.
Yes, definitely. I think as we've been saying all weekend throughout the competition, it's really great to see different nations really take on open water and punching into those junior medals at the moment. Just seeing Team South Africa come through now, but yeah, the amount of South African nations, South American nations that we've seen at this competition as well. I think we just really need to shout out and highlight here's Team America as well. I think personally my favourite for this race, I just think Brinkley and Daisy look so good, respectively in their races, and it's just going to be really tough to beat.
Well, on that as well, Alice, the USA team will go boy, boy, girl, girl. We'll see how that plays a part. Obviously, the Germans, Hungarians, and Turkey, another one of the favorites introduced there, going girl, girl, boy, boy. So these tactics are going to be very important. Of course, it's going to lend itself to who can swim well in a pack for those chasing teams, and the US swimmers who can hold on out in front. And what a star-studded lineup they do have. We're seeing Brazil introduced now, and coming shortly will be Italy, the home nation.
Yeah, there are so many strong teams in this, as you were saying. Hungary, Greece, the Italians, you know, with Spinato. She also had an incredible race the other day, you know, keeping up with Brinkley, really getting onto that medal podium. So, you know, there's still speed on many of the other teams. I don't think it's just going to be very easy for America to get it, but their chances are high. So let's see what the competition can bring.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tactical race here. Chinese Taipei being introduced as the 10th team into the field. We'll see 14 teams racing in this final. The 12th team was Chinese Taipei. Here is Switzerland, the final team ready to come out now. It's Mexico. We'll break down the tactics as the race goes on, but expect the race to ebb and flow ever so slightly. It's completely different, but similar to a 400 meters individual medley, where some athletes have those stronger legs. Some of these federations will be relying on, you know, that second or third leg to create a gap in order for them to put maybe a weaker swimmer on the final leg. But also playing into that is how people use their skills, and those touch pads have been very important on an open level, and potentially something we'll see on this relay.
Yes, definitely. There are so many skills that you really do need to make sure you get right, because it can make those finest margins, you know, in the takeover area, making sure that that is all clean and clear. But then also, as we were kind of saying yesterday, you're swimming in a much smaller field than you're typically used to in swimming open water. And if you're a girl, you're swimming with boys. If you're a boy, you're swimming with girls. All of a sudden, everything's kind of topsy-turvy, and you need to make sure you're not getting caught out in any uncomfortable positions.
Great insight. Once more from Alice Deering. We are on the starting pontoon for these athletes. It will be the final time competing at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. 14 teams will represent their federations in this field. They're in the hands of the starters as the anticipation builds for the final time. The conditions are testing the athletes once more, and they're away. This will be an exciting race. 4 laps around this 1,500 meter course, and a world junior title on the line for whoever can get there first. Brazil leads them out, though, Alice.
Yes, yeah, this is when, as a girl, you realise the difference between yourself and the boys' speed. You know, you'll be putting down a max effort, and this is really, really tough for girls. It's tough for boys as well, obviously, but you know, it's quite disheartening when you just see them swimming away and you're really, really putting the effort in. So, but at the same time, if you can find a boy's feet who's probably about the same speed as you, maybe just a little bit faster, and get on that draft, it can make you swim so much quicker and can really carry you through this 1,500 meters.
Yeah, that's a great point, because obviously as an athlete, you know that you're just trying to do your best to stick on these leading athletes' feet. But it comes down to your open water knowledge as well, and the nous to know when a pack is going to split. So we'll see if any of the athletes are able to maintain connection with those leading swimmers. We saw at the recent World Aquatics Championships in Doha this year, Australia took gold because of how dominant their girls were on the opening 2 legs. Chelsea Gubecka managing to stick in that leading pack, and Moesha Johnson maintaining that gap over the rest of the field. So when it came down to those final 2 swimmers, they already had a bit of a gap over the faster athletes like Gregorio Paucineri.
Yes, yeah, this is what I love about those tactics being played because if you really can get those girls to stick in there will be some boys who go off the front, that's fine, except that you can't like end up finishing on their feet or anything like that. But if you can really hang in there, put in a very fast leg, let those slightly slower boys in comparison to their peers carry you through, it can end up putting your country in a really, really strong position, especially if you've got two boys coming in off the back of that at the moment. But we do see Brazil's De Jesus leading off at the moment. He's creating a little bit of a gap. I think there's one swimmer behind him. It'd be great to see who that is in a moment.
Yeah, it's a great start from Brazil here. Jesus, as you said, out in front for Brazil. He'll hand over to Santos. So the Brazilians really front-loading this relay here. They do have the depth though. If they are in a position to win, they'll definitely take that opportunity. We talk about role models that some of these athletes would have had growing up, and who better for the Brazilians than Ana Marcela Cunha?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like she is a name for open water in itself, if that makes sense. Like she's just been so dominant, consistent on the world stage, World Cup medal after World Cup medal, Olympic champion, Olympic medalist. Like you can just keep rolling off her accolades. But yeah, she's been fantastic in being able to highlight what you can get out of open water swimming and the opportunities it can bring. And we have to say Brazil has had also other amazing open water swimmers like Okamoto, third at the Rio Olympic Games. So there is some great history within that team, and it's fantastic to see that carrying through to the juniors at the moment. And we're just seeing Ecuador at the moment in second too.
Yeah, that is Barzalo Alghero of Ecuador sitting in second behind the Brazilians. Like you were saying, in day one of the competition, Alice, it's great to have so many new federations representing the sport at the front of these races, and I'm sure Barzalo would know the opportunity that he has for his team here. Just tuck in as long as he can behind the Brazilians and put them in a great position for that finish. Interesting to note that the Ecuador have gone boy, girl, girl, boy in that order. So Torres, if he's able to be handed a little bit of a gap, he'll be right up there to contend with the medals.
Absolutely, and I keep talking about this, but I really do love the how each team has really approached it differently, and I think it really is all about looking to get your girl in a very uncomfortable but comfortable position where she can get dragged through by some boys, or she finds the feet of another very fast girl and they can carry her through, and it just gives so much opportunity for your boys, especially if you've put one at the back end, to like kind of end up soaring through the race and taking and overtaking as many people as possible, because there's so many times it's quite nice to be in that kind of just behind position where you can just kind of skip past people. I remember at the 2017 World Championships I was in a similar position to this. I actually was handed over first and I was going last at the World Championships in this relay, and I had Marc-Antoine Olivier behind me, and I remember him staring at me on the start line, and I was like, okay, yeah, he's going to have some fun with this. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, he did catch me up. It was a really, really tough race for me. Mentally, I was just like, had to keep going. Had 3 or 4 men pass me. I think we finished in 5th place, so not a bad result at all. But mentally, for a girl, it is really challenging to be at the front like that, and I think it's a tough place to put them in. So I do see why a lot of teams are now putting boys going in last, where they can really have that real opportunity to surge past people.
That's some great insight, because we see it from a viewer point of view, and obviously the gap, but we've never really talked about what it means for an athlete that will be standing there on the starting pontoon, knowing the opportunity that sort of lies in front. I mean, 5th in the world is a monumental achievement and only something that a lot of people can hope for, but certainly plays mind games on those athletes, but can also have that effect where it really inspires you. I'm sure your opening 100 meters as you dived in would have been lightning fast.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I ended up finishing the race, and of course, as these men had passed me, I felt really guilty and felt really bad that I'd given away this lead. But my time ended up being the same or faster than many of the women's times, and especially when you're thinking I had to basically swim it by myself. Because I would get onto one of the men's feet and hang on there for maybe 5 seconds, and then they're gone again. So yeah, it is a really challenging mind space to put a woman or a girl in, especially knowing that they're literally like the hare for the hounds of these boys and men just trying to catch them up. So again, but it makes for some really great spectator sport, and the tactics that come into it are just so exciting to watch unfold.
And we will see those play out here, of course, but for now we see Brazil lead Ecuador, a gap to the chase pack. A interesting note that USA currently missing from this lead group. Nicholas Liberty in the water for the US. We expected him to sort of be sitting up near the front. So Ecuador and Brazil have done a great job off the starting pontoon to separate themselves from that chase group.
Yes, definitely. You know, this is really about each individual swimmer putting on the hardest 1500 that they can put out, but also tactically making sure that they keep in touching distance within nations that, you know, you kind of want to be sat in and around. So this is obviously the lead of the group at the moment. They're looking really good, really strong, putting their countries in great contention to carry this speed through and keep this gap, if not the same, but keep it widening.
Yeah, the pace isn't coming out, and you really can't afford to in these 1500 meter races. You see the athletes with a much higher stroke rate than what you usually expect from a 10 kilometer or a 5 kilometer race for a lot of these athletes. But talk us through the technique of De Jesus out in front for Brazil. Really working hard here. Not a lot of glide through the stroke, which is fine, but yeah, there's a lot of stroke rate and white water coming through.
Yeah, I really like his technique actually. I think there's one or two things as he develops into a senior swimmer that could be tightened up, but at the same time, for open water swimming, honestly, there's so many different techniques which work and can be very dominant. And this one thing we've been talking about a lot is allowing yourself to kind of let water slip, because you're taking so many strokes, you can't really afford to have this like absolute pristine perfect stroke with that super high elbow catch and you're pulling through like every inch of water that you can get. Typically we see that in the 100, 200 and 400 swimmers, and then as we get into the 8s and the 15s, you do notice little things where athletes will be happy to let a little bit of water slip, so they can let that stroke rate go through. But as I said, I really do like his stroke. It looks strong. He's been sighting really well. I think his lines have been really tight, and I feel like this lead is increasing as well. So the second pack, whoever's coming in for these nations shortly, they will have quite a bit of work to do. We do know from Ecuador that they have a girl going in, but Brazil have a boy following up on the next front. So we could see a very strong lead for Brazil in the opening half of this race.
That is where we are through the first lap. We're on the far side of the course. Returning on the way back, we'll change over for our second of 4 swimmers to come. And Alice, we've talked throughout the competition, the mind games that are played on athletes as they race. The 1500 is obviously an event that these athletes will be familiar in racing at a pool level, but in the open water, it's much more difficult. You really don't have any idea as to how you're pacing or where you're sitting in the race, and you can use the turn cans as indicators, but without those walls and underwater works that you can get in the pool, it's quite deceiving, the effort.
Yeah, I always found the 1500 in the open water like this so much harder, and I think especially because you're competing in a relay. The psychology of that is completely different to a individual race. So, you know, you're really in the mindset of, I'm doing this for my teammates, I'm doing this for my country. And yes, you're doing that in an individual sense, but you know that your effort is only for yourself. So it's really tough. You don't want to let anyone down. You don't want to be that weak leg, and you really put in like a really, really tough and hard effort. It's some of the hardest racing that I've ever done was on the relay. At that World Championships afterwards, I had a headache for the rest of the day. I put that much effort in of just trying to get to the pad as quickly as I could that I really just felt like exhausted for the rest of the day. Off the back of, I think it was 1.25k at that point even, so it wasn't even the full 1500 as we're seeing now. So these athletes, after all of the racing that they've done as well, after the individuals and now this, there will be some tired racing, but the adrenaline that comes from competing in a relay will really carry them through, and then they'll deal with how tired and how stiff their body is afterwards.
Yeah, especially on the fourth and final day. Leave it all out in the water because there's nothing left to come. You're going back to training after these championships have been concluded. Of course, some of the athletes will not be too far off racing on that senior program, but for many of them, there will be a gap between races, especially in the open water format. Paulo out in front for Brazil, and he's doing a fantastic job. He's led from almost the first stroke, and taking with him is Ecuador sitting second. A big gap that is building here to finish off lap one. And Alice, you made a good point earlier about how exciting the relay is and the different tactics that can be played in. It's a relatively new initiative that's been introduced by World Aquatics, but another initiative that's joined the 3-kilometer knockout, which we saw yesterday, that we continue to hope brings more fans into the sport.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you said earlier, this was introduced at a World Junior competition back in 2016, and we see the 3K knockout introduced in 2024. So I really think it's just the innovation and the ideas from World Aquatics to, probably make open water a little bit more interesting, if I'm being very blunt in that. And I think that's great. Traditionally it's seen as, very like long swimming. Sometimes like previous years, like it's been hard to get the footage or watch it or anything like that. So there has been a lot of investment from World Aquatics into, helping, like giving something back to the fans of the people who followed it, and then also bringing new fans into it as well. The 3K knockout, for example, I think that was some of the best open water racing that I've seen. So exciting, so fun. I think it's absolutely great that these events are being tested out with the juniors, getting the feedback from them. They all seem to absolutely love it, and the technical officials, I think, should be very proud of putting on such a fantastic event. So fingers crossed we see this in World Cups in the coming few months, and absolutely hope it will be at the World Championships in 2025. That would just be something so special for those athletes to partake in.
Yeah, you're so right. We have speculated intently on who and what would it take to win those at an open level, but I'm very excited that we just have been able to see the initiative introduced at this level, similar to what the relays are now raced at the World Cup stage, and that creates some very exciting racing. I remember at the end of the World Cup series last year in Funchal, Portugal, Australia took the win just ahead of Italy, and I believe Hungary was in there, but were later disqualified based on the finish. So it certainly creates some spiciness when it comes to that day two or end of competition racing, when usually the athletes might be resting and getting ready for other races. But it's always good to have multiple opportunities to race. Getting this overhead shot of our top two swimmers, that pack is still sticking fat. It's a little bit of separation just starting to occur at the front of it, but nothing too drastic. But interesting to note, Alice, most of the swimmers still sitting in that chase group.
Yeah, that's it's going to be interesting to see how many girls have managed to stick in that chase group. If you're a girl in that group at the moment, like, really well done. This pace has obviously been quick. It's going to be fast, but that is that's probably the best position you could hope for as a girl. Really sticking into that chase group. You're probably not going to expect to follow the feet of the lead boys or lead men. But it always kind of sometimes forms into this like chase group pack where you get quite a few people working together, and normally there's one or two girls that manage to stick in with that and really give their countries an amazing chance to punch through and start overtaking.
So we'll see how that plays out as we come down to finish off lap 1. Brazil still hold the lead. Ecuador.
Yes, he's looked dominant throughout this. I feel like at one point we saw the Ecuadorian try to get on his hip, try to go for the overtake. It was quite a few meters back now, but I think De Jesus put in a little bit of a spurt to make sure he could secure his first place, and they're just coming to the finish now. It's such a beautiful sight to see when you've put in such a hard effort. The water will be at a really nice temperature for them though, so you won't be getting too hot, you won't be getting overworked. It's that perfect temperature that you can really put in a good hard effort and not have to think, oh my gosh, am I swimming in a bath? And also just comment on the water. It's like glass again. It's very still, very calm. It's going to make for some really fast racing this morning.
Well, the conditions really have been fantastic throughout. We get this overhead shot. The sun's still relatively rising here in Alghero, Italy, and what a sight for sore eyes this would be. They talk about what the bell means in the pool for the 1500 meter swimmers, but seeing your teammate on the starting platform, would just be so inspiring. And you can see Paulo really putting in this final surge here. Brazil on top after lap 1. Ecuador sits second. Alice, what a way to start off the mixed 4x1500 meter relay.
Yeah, definitely. This is what's so exciting about this racing, and we see him touch the pontoon here now. His countryman's jumped in, very kindly moved over to let someone else finish there as well. This is what it's about, sportsmanship and things like that. They're making sure that they move out the way and letting other countries get that touch in. Let's see who's coming in second. I think that might be the Americans.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Oh, good eyes. USA in third. South Africa sitting fourth. Mexico in 5. So we're waiting to see when we get some of our female programs through. There it is. Italy in 7th. Only 31 seconds down.
Absolutely incredible swimming to really stick in that pack, get carried through by those boys, and that's what I'm saying. You get those bubbles and you get that white water, you get that draft, can really carry you through to do some good racing and put your countries in some really, really strong positions.
So Brazil now with another male in the water. We saw Ecuador switch it up ever so slightly. They've gone with Keolo in second. So boy, girl, boy for Ecuador. Expect them to slip back to the pack, but out in front, Brazil going from strength to strength as they welcome in another male athlete to lead off this second leg. And Santos in the water now for Brazil and looking sensational.
Yes, yeah, this is where Brazil can really hammer home a strong lead. With Ecuador having a girl go in, it's gonna be tough for her to hang on to him. She might end up getting kind of eaten back into that second pack. So it allows for Brazil to put in a really, really strong lead and then hand over to their 2 girls at the end and, hope that they can carry that through and not get caught up at the end. But it'll be interesting to see how far this lead does develop into, because it's looking like it's going to be something fairly substantial.
Yeah, so Bruno Santos, it is leading the way. All teams now with their second athlete in the water. Santos looking very good out in front, but interesting to note back in 7th after lap 1 was Italy. They now have Spinato in the water for them. She's had a great meet thus far, and we're looking to get Italy in a strong position as they welcome their 3rd and 4th swimmers in, who will both, of course, be their male compatriots. So there's plenty of tactics playing out here. Expect the USA to start to move forward as they welcome in Colin Jacobs. They have probably the strongest females in the race with Daisy Collins and Brinkley Hansen on their anchor. So it's starting to spice up ever so slightly here in lap 2.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the American catching the Ecuadorian now. And if Colin from America can really either catch up Brazil or keep that lead, or at least not let this lead extend, it's going to be a really, really exciting last 2 laps when we get the girls in for Brazil, when we get the American girls in and seeing what they can do. And yeah, as we were saying about the Italians, Bagalini put in an amazing effort to really stay within touching distance of that pack, and we've got Spinato in at the moment, so it's going to be a really, really hot last 2 laps with the 2 Italian boys coming in, and then you've got the 2 American girls, the 2 Brazilian girls. I actually can't predict which way this is going to go at the moment. This is going to be really, really tough racing with those girls out in front, and you'll have the Italian boys like hunting them down.
I was going to ask if you would update your pick for the overall win based on lap 1, but I think it's still a bit too early to know how we're going to lie.
I totally agree. Like, it really could go either way. You know, I've seen girls really hang in there, and you know, when you've got the speed of someone like Brinkley Hansen, it's just so hard to count that out, especially at a junior level where the gap sometimes between boys and girls isn't as stark as the men's and women's races. So it can be so hard to predict. But when you have 2 boys coming in off of the back of the effort from Bagalini, and we know how fast Spinato is, it's going to be so interesting to see which way this goes.
Colin Jacobs for the USA finished 18th in the 7.5 kilometers. Oh, it looks like he's really making some moves there on the Brazilian out in front. That's Santos leading now. We'll see when we get this wider shot if it is Jacobs that's been able to shut down that lead ever so slightly. But Santos out in front is our leader. 23-minute swum here. The final day. Oh, yes, there we go, Alice. USA now.
Wow.
Big move by Colin Jacobs.
Yes, yeah, he's ate up that lead that Brazil had really quite solidified going into that second leg. So, and you know, he's just going stroke by stroke, just climbing up him. He's been spotted.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what he tries to do here. I think it's one of those. Someone's coming so fast, you kind of have to accept that, and you know, tuck in on their hip, tuck in on their feet, and really take your effort to the next level and really hope you can stick on them and let that carry you through.
So I was going to ask there, what's the strategy if you're Jacobs here, and similarly if you're Santos, what are you trying to do? Obviously Jacobs, you would have loved for him to pull out a little bit and get his own water as he overtook Santos, but Santos would be under the instruction, just sit on that hip at all cost, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is what's happening here. I think Jacobs was swimming so well when he had his own water, had that adrenaline of like, let's catch him up. And now we're seeing them kind of going stroke for stroke. And this is what open water swimming is about. It's about, you know, someone comes next to you, you find that extra gear, and that's what Santos has done, whether that's because he's getting his draft or because his adrenaline has spiked now that he's been caught. And he's just like, oh, wait, no, I really need to put in another effort. And one thing we have to comment is the gap behind these swimmers will be getting bigger and bigger. So, you know, Colin Jacobs hasn't pulled anyone else through with him, and we see him now make a really decisive effort to drop Santos, to get him off his hip and find that clear water, and that's what he's doing now. And Santos is on his feet, I think looking like he can stick there, but at the same time, maybe not. It looks like he's just taking it to another level.
That was a big move there by Colin Jacobs to put a surge in. Knew he needed to get Santos off his hip. With all due to respect to Brazil, I think the USA probably batting for a different medal here. So they know the race sits behind them. What's Hungary doing? What's Turkey doing? What's Italy doing? And how can I best set up our girls for the 3rd and 4th lap? And Colin Jacobs, with the decisive move, has pulled ahead of Santos, and I believe is stretching him with every stroke. So about 200 meters to the far end of the course, they'll turn and head back to finish off lap 2, but potentially a race-saving move there by Colin Jacobs as he extends his lead now over Santos.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really good racing to, hunt him down. Kind of got caught with him for maybe longer than he would have liked. He obviously would have liked to have just sailed past him and not have him sit on his shoulder. But he did very well to shake him off, to put in that extra surge. And now Santos isn't getting any benefit from his draft. So yeah, he's really just creating his own race and putting Daisy Collins and Brinkley Hansen in an absolutely amazing position to carry the race through. But has to be said, we're really interested to see where Spinato is sitting at the moment when her Italian teammates and the boys come into the race, and how can they open up potential for Italy to really insert themselves back into this.
And also we've got to keep an eye out for Germany. Of course, Jonas Lech on the anchor there. They were only just behind our Italian and Hungarian teams. So the early favorites in Italy, Hungary, Germany, and Greece still within striking distance, as is Turkey. Turkey just falling off behind the Greek team. So potentially they can start working together, but out in front, all on their own, is the USA. And they look simply sensational through Colin Jacobs. A big task ahead of Daisy Collins and Brinkley Hansen. I haven't seen this strategy work yet, where you send out the contrary gender first to try and set up the second half of the race as a solo effort. I haven't seen it work yet, but this could be the first time here, Alice. And obviously, when you have the likes of Daisy Collins and Brinkley Hansen for the talent, it makes your life a lot easier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at a junior level, I really think anything goes with open water swimming, and especially with these relays, because you can get away with, having that really long lead and then putting girls in behind, and they could hold it. I think there is a good strong chance they could hold it. And as we were kind of saying yesterday, with the way that these countries are racing it and the way that individuals race the 3K knockout, I take the logic that you're swimming this, you put the team in like this because that's what you think will get you gold. So if America have that confidence that Brinkley and Daisy can keep that lead, then I think it'd be so interesting to see how it unfolds. And I love the boldness of this strategy. It's and Brazil have done the same thing. So it was that commitment to leading early, putting your girls in a really uncomfortable position, if I'm being honest. As I said, I've been there before. It's mentally tough. It's obviously physically tough, but mentally you really have to drown out some noise, lock in, know that you're going to put yourself through a hard effort, that you're going to be swimming by yourself, that there are boys/men behind you who are gunning for you, trying to catch you up. They've kind of got you as their marker to chase down, and that can make the race a lot easier for them. And it's tough to be chased, but maybe some people can really thrive in that environment. It'll be really interesting to see how the American and Brazilian girls get on in that environment very shortly.
So with that in mind, Alice, I was thinking the US probably needs a minute and a half to be in a relatively comfortable position. I'll go down to a minute to see it happening, but what do you think the gap needs to be at the end of this leg by Colin Jacobs?
Yeah, this is so hard to predict. I'm even trying to think back to the 3K knockout, where what kind of times are we dealing with that? I think that was even like maybe a 1.5 to 2 minute difference in the 1500 between the boys and the girls first heats and stuff like that. So I think 90 seconds to 2 minutes, ideally, in a comfortable world. And this has to be said. Just because they get caught doesn't mean they can't still race. Like, it's not over once their feet get touched by the boys. I think it will be that energy where you might see a boy, you might feel them touch your feet. If I was a boy, I would be avoiding touching their feet. You want to come past them and not be anywhere near them. You do not want to give them a hip or a foot at any point. You can't allow a Brinkley Hansen or a Daisy Collins to get on your feet, because they're fast, as we've seen. They will take that and run with it, and you don't want to allow them any part to get back in the race. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these boys play it if they do manage to catch them up.
So we got a chase group there. It looks like Italy sitting in 4th position through Spinato. Now that's a big call. The gap didn't look bigger than a minute there, so this is going to be interesting to see what Collins can do on this. Jacobs can do on this final leg as he gets ready to hand over to Collins. He needs to start lifting. He's still holding that. Yeah, that's not a winning gap at the moment for me. That needs to increase here through the backstage of Jacobs' lap. He is still holding that loping stroke. I'd love to turn it into a bit more of a sprint action. Bring in those legs ever so slightly. There's about 350 meters left of his race, and he needs to give everything that he's got left.
Yeah, Spinato's done so well there. Really sticking in. This is really tough racing. He's put in a great effort to get to the front of the race, and this is where it gets tough. You know your job isn't over, but mentally, naturally in open water, when you're leading by that much, you're coming into the finish, you're like, oh, I feel like my job's over. And you really have to challenge yourself to keep putting down that effort, keep driving through. You need your country to have the biggest lead as possible. You've committed to putting the, faster swimmers first. But in the boys, the girls are still incredibly fast, but when we're talking about boys versus girls, it's just that kind of that's how it is in open water. It's tough, so you need to give them the biggest gap as possible, and he's clearly trying very hard. He's really putting in an effort, so let's hope he can drag it out a little bit more, really get a good sprint in at the end and put in a few more seconds to strengthen that lead.
So this is the lead of the race. Lap 2 almost complete. Colin Jacobs is holding the lead for the USA. They've gone with the 2 boys to lead off. They'll hand over to Daisy Collins, and Brinkley Hansen will bring them home on that final leg. We believe Italy currently sitting in 4th position after a great start by Bagalini and Spinato. So they've gone 2 girls, and they'll finish with Aloisi and Tamaro of the Italian number 7. We'll see how it plays out, but a big 3 kilometers ahead here as the 14 to 16 year olds come down to wrap out their program at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships here in Alghero, Italy. It's been a fantastic 3 days of competition. This is the 4th, and we are seeing fireworks once more. Colin Jacobs leads, and he'll hand over to Daisy Collins for the second half of the race. USA with some pressure ahead.
Yeah, and it has to be said, the Italian boys that are coming in off the back of this also had some great racing in the 5Ks. Tamaro finished 6th, and Alonso finished 16th. And they weren't far off the pace. So they're quick swimmers. They're in their backyard essentially. They've got searching for that Italian gold medal that I know they would love to see, the locals would love to see. So there's going to be some real adrenaline going in them, especially getting to chase down girls. It's fun, it's exciting for them. So it'll be really interesting to see how the American girls manage to keep this lead.
We'll see how it stacks up as well. Who's in that chasing group? We know they'll start to work together in that second half of this race if there's a close enough pack. Italy look like they're leading the way, but equally so, Hungary were thereabouts after lap 1. But this is the USA. It's been a great job by Colin Jacobs out in front. He looks sensational through these final stages.
Colin Jacobs,
I feel like he's taking it to another level here. Like we've been saying, you see that finish pontoon, you see it, and you're like, okay, let's really put down this effort. As you're saying, you leave everything out on the water. It's your last race of the competition. You really want to bring home that medal for your country. It's such a great achievement to do that, whether that's individually or in a relay. So there's all to play for here, and you don't want to have any regrets when you get on the plane. You don't want to think, oh, I wish I'd tried harder. harder. But that's always the worst feeling to have.
Yeah, and that's why he's putting in the big yards down this final stretch. It's good to see that kick really starting to be emphasized. He knows there's only about 50 meters till he changes over. The USA in the box seat here. Daisy Collins will be in the water next. We mentioned, I think the gap's going to have to be around that minute to a minute and a half to hold off those remaining teams, but we know there's a lot of talent still to come for the USA. But how's about this performance by Colin Jacobs? We questioned if he could take the lead, and he has done that in emphatic fashion as he comes through 36.24 the time through the turn, and he hands over to Daisy Collins.
Yeah, some absolutely great swimming from him. Should be really proud of the effort he put in. Just yeah, it's tough. It's tough racing. You know, committing yourself to get at the front like that, lead it through, and still having to push home and not let off the gas for any reason.
And here comes the interesting part, Alice. We're watching the time tick through. That is 30 seconds there. Where's the rest of the field? We know that Santos was swimming strongly. He still holds second for Brazil. So potentially this gap was extended through the final stages by Colin Jacobs. Santos and Brazil sitting second, 41 seconds down. Who sits third and fourth? We'll find out very shortly. And this is where the excitement comes. You can hear the crowd cheering on the Italians behind.
Definitely, you know, yeah, you're so right about the time just ticking down. I'm like, where's everybody else? It's looking like this was a very strong lead, and you're so right. I think he really went to like another level, found that extra gear, put in some really good work, and we've just seen them come through now.
Oh, gee, that 106.6 there for Hungary. What a swim by Bartalos of Hungary to move them well and truly into second position. The Mexicans in fourth, with Guerrero handing over to Escobar. Where are our Italian competitors? Ecuador holding fifth after sitting second into that lap. That was a strong swim once more by Coelho, but this is playing nicely into the USA's hands. Hungary now with some work to do. They have some fantastic swimmers on the back end of their relay. Hutzi and Kripati will be anchoring that team. There was Italy and South Africa.
Yes, yeah, Hungary, that was an amazing leg for Barcelos. Really stuck in there, found someone to work with, to move through, put in some really good work. And, you know, you've got two boys coming in behind the two girls who led it off as well. So Hungary in a great contention to, I think, potentially challenge for the gold. You know, there are some fast swimmers. And, you know, Italy's still within that chance, probably a little bit further back than they would like at this time, but there's a lot of time to play for. It's still 3,000 meters. There's still over half an hour of swimming to go. So there's a lot of potential for this to be disrupted for the Americans. Yeah,
this is shaping up quite nicely. I'd say the USA probably, well, definitely have the strongest girls in the field. The Hungarians probably the second strongest males behind Italy, of course, so that gap could potentially be shut down by Italy. If not, both the Hungarians and the Italians will be surging very hard through this backstage of the race. Interesting to note, Alice, Italy and Hungary yet to take a gold medal at these championships. Italy with 2 silver and 2 bronze, Hungary with 2 silver and 1 bronze. We know those proud nations will be eyeing off that top spot on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, America would have prepped Daisy Collins for this. They'd be like, look, you're probably going to be out in front. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. They're going to be coming for you. You've trained for this. Get in that mindset and stay strong. And, yeah, with those countries chasing that gold medal, Italy and Hungary are two very strong and proud open water racing countries. And there will definitely be, both in this relay and the next relay, a lot of contention for those medals and for that top place on the podium. So we've got some really exciting racing coming.
Well, interesting to note as well, the Greek team will anchor with 2 males. They're 2.5 minutes back. I'd say probably a little bit too far away to contend with that top spot. Jonas Lech and the Germans have a bit of work to do as well. sitting currently in 9th position. I want to see Collins here just maintain this stroke rate. It's good to see the constant engagement in her stroke out in front, really getting to work early in this third lap. But Daisy Collins, I'd love to see that 30 to 40 second margin ahead of Brinkley Hansen's final lap. It's going to be a big ask from Collins, but she's gone out with intent here, Alice.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, this is all about damage mitigation. You can't expect to maintain the lead. Incredible if she does. Absolutely incredible if she does. But she won't expect to maintain the lead. It's just about how far in front can I give this over to Brinkley. Just see her looking back. Honestly, that information is so vital. Just for your mind to know, like, okay, yeah, it's still good. Like, I'm still going. Like, keep going. Although when you look back, sometimes it could be the most disheartening thing when you see that white water coming behind you and it's just coming so quickly, as I've experienced before. So it's kind of like you just have to be careful how often you do it, and it's very difficult not to. Like she's well aware she's doing this by herself. So just really have to keep your mind engaged and keep driving through.
Yeah, I was going to ask it. It definitely has its pros. It also could potentially have its cons, but Daisy Collins out in front looks sensational. I was going to ask Alice, we broke down our Brazilian competitor's stroke on lap 1, but Collins out in front, this is a really nice open water freestyle. You can see the high cadence, as you said, slipping the water ever so slightly to keep that cadence high, and a really high recovery as she drives through, maintaining that kick throughout as well.
Yeah, she has a beautiful stroke, and I always just like to point out the difference between men's strokes and women's strokes, especially in open water. They're just very different, very varied. I think women typically really have that high stroke rate, slip a lot more water, and also like you're just seeing her feet constantly coming up, constantly kicking. She'll have some really a really high body position. She's looking really good here. Really, really nice stroke. Like high stroke rate. She would have done so many tough sessions to be able to train her shoulders to cope with this turnover and with this rate.
I'd love to see where her heart rate currently is. One, of course, she's about 400 meters into a max 1500, but two, knowing that the pace is coming behind her. We'll get an update on that shortly, but this is the lead of the race. The USA on top. Brazil led Ecuador early in lap 1, but since lap 2, with Colin Jacobs taking the lead for the USA, it has been all the United States and having it their own way here in lap 3 as Daisy Collins comes down through the halfway mark of this opening straight. 44 minutes swum almost. We're expecting to finish in about 20 minutes time. Or a little bit longer than 20 minutes, sorry. It's going to be an exciting way to finish this race. So many contenders still in the mix. Hungary, Mexico, we add to it Italy, and potentially Germany. There are a lot of people wanting to catch this USA who've already taken 4 gold at these championships.
Yes, certainly. There will be a lot of let's get them, of the mindset of come on, let's catch them. They can't keep having their own way, especially, of course, in the girls' races where they've dominated the podiums. So, there's going to be some real adrenaline behind her, but also within Daisy herself, as you were saying, her heart rate would have been high on the pontoon. It's a feeling where your legs are like jelly, the anxiety is setting in, you know what's coming, you know what you have to do, you know it's going to be tough, and you just don't want to let your country down, and especially a country like America where there's a real pride, and we see them put their hands over their hearts when their national anthem's being played. We saw Brinkley and Claire share the top of the podium whilst their national anthem is being played. So there's a real, not that other countries don't have that pride, of course, but there's that real sense of pride, and we're just getting the overhead shots now to see how her lead is doing.
It is coming down very quickly. Who's that in second? Is that Italy? Hard to tell. Could be Hungary.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully we get a wider shot again and we can maybe try and pick out the hat. But it's a white hat, so it could be Could be a multitude of teams.
They're not helping us out like the Greek team does. I believe it might be Hutzi of Hungary sitting in second. We'll get an update shortly. I wonder if you're in Daisy Collins' shoes right now. As you were mentioning on the lap prior, Alice, you'd just be hoping that when that Hungarian comes through, you're going to want to jump on his feet. Just hold on as long as you can and give that as much as reduce that deficit as much as possible for the final leg for Brinkley. I believe that is Hungary coming down like a big freight tanker coming through to catch our lead swimmer.
Yeah, and I can't stress this enough. The difference between these two swimmers in mindset at the moment is so challenging, because I think Daisy, she has been looking back enough. She'll go around this turn buoy and definitely know that he's catching / caught her. The mentality of catching someone for the Hungarian swimmer, you're on cloud 9. The swimming doesn't feel as hard as it is. It's still very hard, but your mind gets to go somewhere else where it's kind of like, oh my God, yes, I'm doing it. And for Daisy, you really have to put those thoughts of, oh, I've been caught, out of your mind, and still race a very hard and very tough race. It's just challenging mentally, and she definitely would have noticed now. And yeah, you're so right. She needs to find his feet as soon as possible. It'll be really interesting to see how he overtakes her, whether he does it in kind of a boastful way and like comes up close next to her, or does it in more of a bit of a classy way and gives her that space. I think he should definitely give her the space, because you don't want to give her any reason to try and get on your hip and try and get on your feet and get carried through. You don't want to give anybody a leg up in this race. You need to be able to come past and like really fly through.
Yeah, it looks like he is giving a bit of a gap here. See if Collins is quick enough to react. Hutzi out. This is possibly the worst point of the race to be overtaking a swimmer. It's only 150 meters between these two turn buoys. Collins is jumping across, as you said, Alice.
Yes, as she should. Yeah, he did give her space, and especially allowing her to have, the inside line. Definitely was like, look, I don't want to be anywhere near you. But yeah, she's cutting over. She's doing the absolute right thing. She's not. Please notice, she's not like jumped onto his legs and trying to like climb onto him. She's like, look, give him his space, let him swim, find his feet, and let his speed carry you through for as long as possible. You don't want to hinder the swimmer that's faster than you. And we've seen her tuck in really well here. And if she can keep this up and stay on his feet, it's still going to be very tough for Brinkley Hansen, with Mate from Hungary coming in very shortly. But you need to keep that lead over the rest of the countries as much as possible.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine Hungary losing from here. Capardi on the anchor for the Hungarians. You can see a bit of excitement there for the Hungarian swim team. Anna Olaz with a big smile on her face. Mate Capardi will be the final anchor. Hutzi for Hungary, currently in the water, has taken the lead, the 15-year-old, and looks truly sensational as he's starting to gap Daisy Collins here. Hungary are about 2 kilometers away from claiming their first gold medal if everything can go right for the Hungarians. Italy looms as the large threat. There's a bit of a gap though to that third spot. I'd say it's over 50 meters still, which is exciting as a Hungarian swimming fan. Oh, that's a big gap.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. And I'd just like to point out real quick, as we've been talking about strokes and the difference between men's and women's strokes, just like the highlight of the Hungarian at the front is a typical male open water stroke, just like longer, I suppose, like smoother, and I'm going to put that in inverted commas because the women's stroke it just has to be a higher stroke rate. It's just the way it naturally works. So it's kind of like a great example of the variety of stroke that you see in open water, especially amongst the men and the women. And he looks absolutely fantastic here. He'll be very, very proud of himself at the moment, overtaking her in like good space and good time, catching that up and extending that lead and giving Hungary a really, really good chance to take this gold medal.
And you got to say, Alice, this was really set up by Anna Bartolos on that second leg. She had a sensational swim to get the Hungarians away from the field and into third position. So well done to the entire team thus far, Nagy and then Bartolos and now Hutzi, as they look down what potentially looks almost, well, they'll have at least one hand on that gold medal at this point.
Yes, definitely. And this is when you stood on the start line as Mate, thinking, okay, I have the lead. This is exactly where we wanted to be. This is how we've played our tactics. Everything's worked out well. I just need to get in and make sure nobody else catches me. It's going to be tough for Brinkley to catch him. That is going to be tough. The danger will come from the Italians if the gap isn't long enough and it ends up getting caught. But at the same time, he's a very, very good racer. So I think it's definitely Hungary's race to lose at the moment.
Well, I would love to know who's sitting in that third and fourth spot. If the Germans have moved forward, they've got Jonas Lench on the anchor. So he's probably the only swimmer in the field that I believe that could close a bit of a gap to the Hungarians out in front, but we'll see how it plays out. Germany would have needed a massive leg from their third athlete in the water, that being, of course, Erkman, who he's had a good meet this far.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at the times. Germany finished nearly 2 minutes back from America, so it would be an absolutely massive leg. But at the same time, it is possible when you kind of find someone's feet, skip past them, and you just keep climbing that ladder, keep taking as many swimmers as you can. And Daisy Collins has done really well here to respond to this effort. I don't think she's let it slip away from her too far. It is tough. You see Brinkley there, really locked in. And it is really mentally tough when someone comes past you to just not let everything fall apart and keep going. So she's done really well not letting it extend too far.
Yeah, that's a great job. She would be battling through the mental state of sitting in second spot. We'll see who will be moving through for third and fourth shortly, but you are correct. Daisy Collins of the USA doing a great job to up that stroke rate even more through this final stage, but the race is sitting well and truly with Hutzi and his Hungarian teammates. He comes down with about 200 meters left to swim in this third leg. We're a lap away from crowning a world junior champion on the fourth and final day of the action here at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Junior World Championships here in Alghero, Italy. It has been a fantastic championships thus far. Hungary and Italy both looking for their maiden title at these championships. Could this be about 1,600 meters away for the Hungarians? We'll find out very shortly. But so far, Alice, 54-minute swam, and we've had about 4 lead changes.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we
Yes, this is what's so fun about this race. It's dynamic, it's exciting. I'm just thinking, what I could just think on the shore now that they've put in the teams also just in mind for the next relay. We have the luxury of having 2 of these relays. We don't normally get that at World Championships or World Cup, of course, because it's everyone's open, it's all swam as one event. So people will be potentially doubting their tactics if they've gone, if they've put their girls at the back. Will they feel even more confident with it? It's going to be an interesting second race off the back of what we've seen unfold here.
Yeah, and we saw the way that played tactics with the 3-kilometer knockout as well. Claire Weinstein learning from Sasha Belli. Take your moment to strike when you get it. Hungary striking here in the third lap. Hutzi leads the way out in front. The Hungarians really going from strength to strength on this third leg. They hand over to their fourth and final swimmer. It's going to be all Hungary out in front, and an exciting way to finish this race lies ahead. But Hutzi looks fantastic as he comes down to the touchpad, Alice.
Yeah, he's had an amazing swim here. Did exactly what Hungary would have been hoping from him. Has extended the lead over the Americans, handing over to Mate in what's going to be a great time. And all Mate has to do is really put down a hard effort, hold that lead, and they can take home the gold.
And he's off. A little bit of confusion there on the changeover. The Hungarians clearly pretty confident in that position. Hungary hold the lead. We'll see what the gap is back to Collins of the USA, who's sitting in second. They'll hand over to one of the athletes of the meet, of course, in Brinkley Hansen. So 26 seconds the difference, and here comes third position. Who is it? Germany. Wow, what a swim.
Wow.
Oh, this gets interesting now.
Incredible swim from Erkman, and you've got the Italians not far behind either. So yeah, Brinkley's got to stay in the medals only 12 seconds to play with in terms of having two boys behind her. That's really, really tough racing. As we've seen, she's tough, she's competitive. She was the one kind of holding on to Claire Weinstein in that 500 meters. Of course, that gap did exist, but Brinkley was the one sat in that when competing against the open girls. So besides Claire Weinstein, I think Brinkley is the best swimmer I can think of at this meet to sit in that position. So it's going to be tough racing for her. I really can't wait to see how it gets on.
And for the boys, potentially for the gold, Karpati would have thought he has it his own way, but Jonas Lech, who's been one of the most dominant younger boys at this competition, in the water, do you think there's a little bit of a chance for Germany?
I will never count anyone out in these races, and this is the thing about junior swimming. Honestly, anything could come from anywhere. It's very dynamic, as we know, but a 30-second lead is tough, especially when Mate isn't a strong swimmer in his own right. But of course, we know Jonas Lech winning the 5K obviously has some speed. So I'm kind of hoping for a little bit of a catch up, to be honest, just to keep it exciting for us. But Mate's not going to want to let that happen. He knows what he has to do. You saw him when he dived in. He was going for it. Went out with a hard sprint to get to that first buoy, create as much distance, and utilise that lead as much as possible. The one thing that has to be said, the Germans and Italians and the Americans, for an example, will be able to work together. The Hungarians are out with that lead alone. So having that kind of packed swim, you really can create some momentum through the water and eat down leads.
It's a great point, and I'd say tomorrow swimming for Italy would just be hoping to work as hard as possible to jump across to Lech. I'd say if those two athletes are able to sort of work together and get around Brinkley Hansen and just peg back the Hungarians out in front, we could see a cracking final leg here to crown the 14 to 16 years 4x1500 meter relay world champions. But out in front, Mate looks simply sensational for Hungary as we move through the field. Switzerland, Ecuador on to the final leg now. So two teams remain to dive in. And the fireworks on the fourth and final day here in Alghero, Italy. Who's going to be crowned the world champion? It's changed about 5 times who we thought were going to win. Unfortunately, we haven't seen Turkey at the front of the race, but I'm sure they're battling through the field. But out in front, Mate clearly must have heard me talking about him, Alice. He has gone to another level.
Yeah, and this is where the excitement, the adrenaline's kicking in. You can't let anyone catch you. You're going to really be putting down an effort. We see him keep staying strong, really strong leg kick, high stroke rate, kind of like loping through the water, getting that pull. It's tough as well because you've got to sight. The competitors behind him kind of have the luxury of just seeing his white water just as a little bit like a little dot in front of you, and you just focus on that. You don't really have to look too high. You don't have to worry about sighting too much. But so there's like pros and cons to swimming in each position. Of course, now it is Hungary's race to lose, but there will be other teams coming for him as fast as they can.
So we have about 1,200 meters still to swim here until we crown our champion. Hungary well and truly in the box seat through Mate Capardi. The battle sits behind them. USA, Germany and Italy, the contenders. We expect to see Germany really pushing through with Jonas Ketch. But I think the task may be too tall as Capardi just absolutely smoking this opening leg. And Hungary, as we've mentioned, yet to win a title here at these championships. This could be their first gold after what was a stellar showing in Seychelles 2 years ago. Capardi knows the challenge ahead of him, and potentially we could be seeing the next Hungarian open water superstar come to fruition.
Yeah, the whole Hungarian team, I think, just absolute credit to them. It's just, they're so dominant, even on the world stage, at the senior stage. They've obviously got a great program, a great setup within the country to nurture that talent, feed it through, bring them to the World Championships. Haven't quite had that gold medal yet, but this collective team effort is so impressive, you know, from the girls up front to Hutsi and now to Mate, really putting in these incredible efforts. So that gap looks substantial still. It didn't look like there was any other water disturbance behind him from the wide shot that we did just see. So I think he's executing everything exactly as he wants to at the moment. I haven't actually seen him look back. He's really just locked in of just keep going. You know, if someone catches me with this kind of effort, at least I've tried, and that's what I can see from him at the moment.
Well, the good thing that Capardi has coming up for him and those two turn cans where he'll be able to get a sneaky look back to where the field is sitting without breaking his stroke. And I think potentially that was something that Collins was too invested in as to where the field was sitting. Capardi clearly locked in. He knows the best way forward is just to put the head down and swim as hard as he possibly can. He'd be soaking this up as well. How's the conditions here on day 4, Alice? An absolute glass off as we see not a ripple on the water outside of our athletes burning down the track.
Yes, definitely. You know, this can play really well into his hands of just having clear water, being able to swim really nice and calm. Won't be too warm. The air temperature won't be too warm. Water won't be too warm, so you can really just have that like perfect temperature to keep going. And it'll be really interesting to see how they're getting on behind when we get a moment. I'm just trying to think. I don't know if it would work better in his favour if it was wavy. If he was a swimmer that is good in waves, do you think that would help him maintain that lead, or does it make it more difficult as an individual swimmer swimming with those waves compared to the pack?
Well, if you break down his stroke, he definitely looks like one of those athletes that would suit well in that chop. His left hand especially recovers very high over the water. Looks like he does actually race a bit of surf swimming if we go back to the final changeover for some of our countries. But yeah, Capardi looks really good out in front, just skimming along the water. You can see, there is a chaser. We'll see who that is. There's a chaser definitely coming through the field.
It's two very different lines too. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think if that's Jonas Ketch, he's actually on the better line. He's closer in, locked in on that turn can. But as we come down, Capardi's going to get a look across the field. He'll see that gap. It's definitely not 30 seconds anymore. It's come down ever so slightly. It's still a big lead. So it's going to take a tall task to get over the top of Capardi. But you're right, Alice. I do think that someone like Mate out in front would suit those rougher conditions, especially if you look at the history of Hungarian open water swimming. They are phenomenal in tough conditions. I mean, none more so than Krzysztof Wazowski, who we saw what he can do at the Paris Olympics. And I'm sure Capardi, if it is Ketch behind him, would just be hoping for a last-minute swell to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I totally see what you mean. And that's what's so interesting about open water swimming. There's so many different conditions to suit different athletes. Hopefully he's got the information now that there is someone catching. There's obviously not much you can do in that position if someone's catching. You still, you still have to commit to it, keep going, don't get disheartened. We haven't got too much swimming left, but there's still a lot of potential for things to change, and that lead has definitely gotten taken down, but it's still long enough that it can be maintained into the finish.
Yeah, I'm sure Capati would. Oh, we just missed it. I'm sure Capati would be hoping for this final straight, or we go back to the drone shot. There we have. I think that is Ketch sitting in second. The German definitely looks like a German stroke. So we'll see how Ketch shapes up. It's a big gap, but it's not insurmountable as of yet. Of course, this is the action that we're going to see on the fourth and final day. Who else but Jonas Ketch and Capati, who's sitting out in front. This is the final, not that we need the justification to see this race continue to grow on the international scene, but what a thrilling exhibition we have ahead of us on this final 750 meters.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen this race go to and fro with different leaders. I think we've had a different leader coming into it every lap, I think. Yeah, we have. So it's exciting, it's fun, it's diverse, I'm so happy to see it taken from juniors in 2016 and committed to by World Aquatics. We see it at the World Championships. There's always whisperings, hopefully one day that will be at the Olympic Games, because it really does embody, we see so many mixed relays in a variety of sports at the Olympic Games at the moment, and as we bring in, fast pool swimmers into open water, giving them that opportunity, it really does open the door for this to be an incredible event. And I feel like that lead's extended again, or am I just imagining it? Maybe it's because of the turn. I feel like it hasn't gone down any further in the last few minutes.
Yeah, he has started looking back though, Capati. You can tell he's lifted a gear ever so slightly. I still hold belief. I think Ketch has what it takes to shut that down on the final anchor. I think there was a bit of a battle shaping up for third and fourth as well between Italy and Brinkley Hansen of the USA. What angle are we getting there for our athletes? I think they might have swum, of course, ever so slightly. But you can see, that gap it's definitely favoring Capati at this point. On the final
leg. Yeah, certainly, going down that final straight, it's going to be tough to bridge that full ledge. But, honestly, we've seen a lot happen this weekend. So it's not over till it's over is what I feel like our tagline should be for this competition. We've seen things be very, very dynamic and change. And, we cut back to a race and then all of a sudden it's a completely different leader and the person has fallen off a little bit. So, it's tough, but it's looking really good for Hungary at the moment.
Yeah, they're certainly in the box seat, and Mate Capati will get a close shot of the Hungarian out in front. His stroke looks absolutely great. You can, this is a very familiar sight for open water fans throughout the world. I tell you what, Alice, it is reminiscent of the way that Krzysztof Rosowski swims.
Yeah, and honestly, this never surprises me too much when you really see that that power of who's at the top, what are they swimming like, what are they doing, and you see it trickle through down to the junior leagues, to even younger than that, to the youth leagues as well, where there's a little bit of imitation with stroke, and that's good, especially for open water where, like we've been saying, strokes can be so diverse. I wouldn't really say there's a bad open water stroke. Some are better than others in doing certain things specifically. But as we've seen, you can have a stroke like Florian Wellbrook, very long, very strong, which suits certain water conditions, or a stroke like Krzysztof Rosowski, which a bit more powerful stroke, a bit more like energy through the front and through one side of that pull, to suit conditions which are like wavy or choppy, or just a bit more abrasive towards the athlete. So and I think that's what I love about open water. It's a game for anybody if they're willing to really get in and do the work.
Capati is our leader here. The final of 4 legs. This is the 4x1500 for the 14 to 16-year-olds. And Hungary staring down the gold medal and junior world title. How would Capardi be feeling right now, Alice? He's obviously swum 1500 meters at very, very high speed. He's coming down to take a gold medal. This is an incredible moment for the Hungarian youngster.
Yeah, this is an amazing feeling, and you know, stuff that we've been talking about. It's the kind of memories that stick with you for life. You're tired, you're hurting mentally. You want it to be over. You're willing that touchpad to be there in an instant. It will be over soon, but you really just have to concentrate on what you're doing at the time. You can't let off the gas, you can't celebrate yet, you can't take that liberty, but once you do get your fingers on it, I'm sure we'll see him celebrate in some way. I just see the wide shot there. I feel like Lesh is catching again, if he wasn't already. You know, that lead has been eaten up, but I think it's substantial enough that Mate should finish in first position.
Yeah, I think Lech is going to have to be happy with silver. I'm sure his teammates will be. And on that note, Nagy, Bartalos, Hutzi to Capardi, what would their teammates be feeling on the beach at the moment? The Hungarians would be shouting with glee.
Yeah, they'll just be willing. They'll be willing the race to be over right now, as you are. You know, you just wish those like 100 meters didn't really exist into the finish, but they'll be very confident that he's got this. No one's going to catch him at this point. They've done incredibly well. The two girls up front really putting in some really, really strong efforts, especially Bartalos to, you know, pull them into the race, not get taken too far back, having to swim against boys up at the front, and put their teammates in some incredible positions to really take this through. And we just see a Hungarian teammate, or I can't find the right word, but a team member from Hungary, you know, cheering him on into the finish, holding the flag. Some absolutely great shots, and like I said, it's really things like that stick with you for life.
A special moment lies ahead for the Hungarian Swimming Federation. Mate Capardi has led from start to finish in this fourth and final lap. He was challenged by Jonas Ketch of Germany. He's been battling all the way through. He's about to enter this finishing chute. Hungary have gone 4 days without winning a title. 4 gold medals was their tally back in 2022. They'll leave here with gold. Another one looms large in the open relay, but for now, it's all Capardi as he took the lead from Hutzi. Bartalos was magnificent. Nagy got them started. Hungary on top, and Capardi gets the party started here for Hungary as they come down to claim the title of Junior World Champion in the 4x1500 meters. What a moment.
I got chills from them screaming there. I love to hear that joy, that happiness, that you know, you put in so much effort, especially as a team. It's so special to win those medals, and you know, he's gonna be absolutely exhausted. We're just seeing Jonas Lech finish now. Incredible efforts from all of these athletes.
You're right. Lech across the line in a second. Erkman, Blumenhaus and Furch was the team that got Germany silver, but a valiant effort by Jonas Lech in second position.
You just see what this takes out of the athletes, but also the joy as well of, you know, getting on the podium. Second podium this week for Jonas Lech. Doing it with your team is also so special. So, you know, huge congratulations to him. Is this probably,
I think it's Italy.
Or is it Italy? Okay,
yeah.
fair.
I think this is Tamara. He was in a battle with Brinkley Hansen, but he's managed to overcome the USA to round out the podium. Italy get another medal here in Alghero as they come down to stop the clock. Onto the wall, it is the Italians in Tamaro, 1:17 off the lead, but Aloisi, Spinato and Bagliini were magnificent to get that bronze medal.
Yes, certainly. And this is the kind of typical podium we see at the world stage, isn't it? You know, you see the Hungarians, the Germans, the Italians. So it's really interesting to see how the senior stages have set set the kind of bar for the juniors that, you know, these are sports that we excel in, that we thrive in, that we should really invest time and effort into. We'll see the rest of the teams finish shortly, but it's kind of a typical podium that we see, isn't it?
Yeah, Brinkley Hansen across the line now for the USA. They tried very hard early on, but ultimately just ran out of steam ever so slightly on that back half. But a valiant effort nonetheless to change the tactics and give their girls the best shot of taking the gold.
Yeah, certainly. You know, it is really tough racing. I would say to any of the team members of the United States, don't get beat up about it. It's a really tough race to take part in, and they all put in their best effort, and that's what's most important at the end of the day. Walking out and having that pride that you couldn't have committed anything else.
How's this shot here of our podium? Hungary, Germany, and Italy. A fantastic moment for these athletes, and even more so a fantastic moment for Italy on the podium in their home nations racing championships.
Yeah, certainly. And I do really like that they allow them to take the time to enjoy the moment, you know, get the flags out, have that immediate post-race like photograph and moment to share with each other. You can see the happiness from the German athletes there. Just obviously, it's great to see. And, you know, because you look back and these moments, they go quickly. You really should take up those opportunities to soak it in whilst you can.
So there we have our champions, Hungary on top. More teams rolling through the finish now. We had Greece finishing in 5th, Turkey in 6th. So not a lot of surprise out of that top 6 with Hungary, Germany, Italy, USA, Greece, and Turkey. They have been most of our dominating nations thus far through the first 4 days of competition. We still got one event to come, and Alice, I'm not sure if seeing Hungary deliver what they've just delivered changes your tip for who's going to take the open race.
I do need to check the start list for the open race. I think whilst they do that, we can hear from the Hungarian team.
You are the new junior world champion in the mixed relay. How is the feeling?
It's really exciting. We are really happy. I think the whole team is really happy. After the European Championships, we expected a medal, but it's a gold medal, so we are really happy.
What a great job you done. How is your feeling?
I'm really happy with that, and I'm really proud of my team.
You know that you are third current place of the team's ranking. You get a lot of points with this gold. How is your feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm so proud of myself and my teammate. Yeah.
What about the place? What about the race? Are you happy to be here in Sardinia with us? Are you happy for this gold medal?
I'm so happy. The race is very good. The opponent is so good. I'm fine, and it's very difficult. And the race is very easy. Yeah, and hard.
You for great job done, guys. Thank you, and make some noise for Team Hungary.
How cool to get the insight of those athletes. You can see how much it means to
Ragazzi,
them.
nella top 3 abbiamo
now.
i nostri atleti della nazionale italiana. Facciamo partire l'applauso fortissimo, ragazzi. Grandissimo lavoro. Brevissima intervista, come va, come state?
Siamo contentissime. Non sapevamo che avremmo vinto un'altra medaglia come gli europei. Senza parole, troppo contenta. Ci siamo ripetuti e penso sia un giorno molto importante, non dimenticheremo mai nessuno. Ce l'abbiamo fatta, sognavamo sta medaglia da un po' di tempo e ce l'abbiamo finalmente fatta. Quindi sono orgogliosa di me e di tutti noi, è veramente fantastico, un'emozione unica.
Siete super emozionati, sapete che siete attualmente al comando prima di questa staffetta della classifica per nazioni. In altra importante medaglia si aggiungono punti. Che cosa provate?
Siamo molto felici perché
Esatto, non è una cosa è una cosa che prepariamo da molto tempo comunque. Abbiamo fatto un mese di collegiale, quindi siamo arrivati qua più carichi che mai e abbiamo fatto quello che dovevamo.
Vi siete preparati? C'è un'altra medaglia? Sentimenti a caldo?
Bella notizia, ci piace, volevamo dedicarla a Giuseppe Lario.
Dedicata a Giuseppe Ilario. Facciamo un applauso fortissimo alla nazionale italiana, la top 3 al terzo posto. People make some noise for Team Italy. Okay, come on guys. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Germany. Let's get the silver. How is your feeling, guys?
I'm so happy. I'm incredibly proud of this team, and I'm just speechless.
What about Sardinia? What about Sardinia's weather condition?
I think it was pretty great. The water was warm, it was sunny, the people were great, and I think it's just amazing to swim here.
So, guys, silver medal, what does it mean for you?
I don't know. I have to think about it. At the moment, I think I didn't realize what it means, and yeah.
And you?
Yeah, I'm very happy to win the silver medal, and yeah, it was a good race, and yeah, we did it well.
You're pushing very strong in the last lap. Great job done. Thank you, guys, and congratulations. Come on, people, make some noise for Team Germany!
Some great moments there by these youngsters. You can sense the achievement as we've seen our top 10 roll through. Rounding out once more, Hungary on top, Germany second, Italy third, USA, Greece, Turkey, South Africa, Ecuador, Brazil, and Chinese Taipei getting it done. A fantastic result for these athletes and a fantastic result for the sport of open water swimming. Alice, what a special moment for these athletes rounding out their program here at this year's Junior World Championships.
Yeah, certainly. It has been really special to get to hear from all of the swimmers immediately after the race, find their emotions, find that some of them aren't quite ready to process it and just want to really living in the moment and just taking it step by step. It's really special to see. And it's also just great development for when they move through to the senior stages that press conferences happen. You know, you have to be able to talk about your race and your mindset and how things are going at the moment. So it's really good to get them that experience early. And yeah, sorry, we were just talking about the next race in terms of the open race, and I've literally just been looking down the start list, and I'm like, oh, they've got like there's like probably about 8 teams that I'm like,
stacked.
oh my gosh, like this is going to be such a good race. Not that this one wasn't, but I just think the depth that we have with so many nations. You know, we are seeing both Claires from America take it on. The German team, of course, looking really good as well with Julia Ackermann in there. Japan, I think Japan have a really, really good chance of getting themselves onto the podium here. Would love to see it for them. You got Okinozo, Imafuku, Kojima, Tsusumori, all had really good races at various parts of the meet. So just looking forward to seeing what this race is going to entail.
Yeah, and lots of different strategies as well. We know the Germans and the French and actually the Italians as well will all roll through girl, girl, boy, boy. Turkey will go boy, boy, girl, girl. The Japanese will go girl, boy, girl, boy. So plenty to break down. Our next event will start in just over 30 minutes time. So Alice, excited to break that down with you further.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to it. We've got a lot of exciting swimming yet to come, and it's the last event, so it's going to be rounding off a very special week of racing for these athletes.
The emotions are high here in Alghero, Italy, for the 4th and final day of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Junior Championships here. So if we are tuning in, wherever you are tuning in around the world, please stay ready and raring for the final race. We're just over 30 minutes away from seeing that in action. We'll take a quick break, and for now, get ready to watch the final event.
we will start with the Alex introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to cheer on our swimmers. Signore e signori, bentrovati sulla spiaggia di Alghero, ultima gara in programma di questo mondiale giovanile di nuoto in acque libere 2024 e la staffetta mista Open. Qualche istante andremo a presentare le nazionali schierate impegnate in questa staffetta 6 km. Prepariamoci a fare il tifo per tutti i protagonisti.
And welcome once more to the fourth and final day of the 2024 World Aquatics Junior Open Water Swimming Championships here in Alghero, Italy. We have seen some fantastic racing throughout the championships, capped off by a win by Hungary in the 14 to 16 years. It's time for our open-aged athletes to take to the water, and joined once more by Alice Deering, Junior World Champion and 2020 Olympian. Alice, this is a fantastic way to end the meet here in Alghero.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a really exciting race. As we were saying just before the break, you know, there's so many great teams contending for the podium, for that gold medal. So I think we've got like a lot to play for. The tactics, again, we're going to be dissecting that, getting into that, and getting into the mindset of how these teams have been laid out. So I'm really excited for this race.
And a little bit more to battle for in this race as well. The championship trophy awarded to the Champion Federation through 4 days of racing is on the line here. Our current leaders, Hungary, sitting on 138 points, just 3 points behind them. The home nation in Italy on 135. The USA on 131. And with very important points on the line, it's anyone's title to be taken home.
Yes, there's so much glory to be swimming for at these championships, whether it's individual, whether it's team, whether it's the relay. So yeah, we can. I know our teams we're going to be fighting regardless, but the fact that there's this championship trophy to take home and to be able to boast, it's just so exciting for the team. So yeah, we're going to see some really, really good racing, and I'm sure the athletes are very excited to get in that water.
So we mentioned there are a number of competitors that are looking to take out that title. We start to introduce our teams here. Peru the first to lead them out. They're a strong team in their own right. 7 though I have listed as potential gold medalists. Italy, Germany, France, Turkey, USA, Japan and Hungary. And that's without saying the chance of someone unexpected doing the unexpected.
Yes, yeah, this is the thing that's so fun about open water swimming, and specifically the juniors. There's so much to play for. There's like it's not over till it's over. You're not out until it's done. You know, we've seen people come back from quite far behind to bring them into medal contention. We just see the Italian team coming out now, like you said, one of our favourites. Good chance of them being on the podium. We've seen them race very well all week. Maybe really wanting to get that gold medal as well, so they're going to be locked in.
Yeah, there's going to be some different tactics laid down as we see the Australians introduce their senior team, the current world champions in their own right, so they'll be looking to continue that winning form through these championships. Bolivia introduced, I'd say from the outset, it's hard to go past the likes of France. Cucadano, Leclerc, Vincent and Velli, they loom large.
Yeah, I was looking through the list, and then I saw France, and I was like, oh my gosh, how could I forget France? You know, we've seen Cucurando and Velli on the podium already this week, doing some incredible racing, looking like they've really been enjoying it as well, which I always love to see that. Just see Team Germany come out at the moment. Yeah, but it's going to be some really fierce competition. And, we've got both Claires from America racing, the Japanese team, as we called out before the race as well. And oh my gosh, the Spanish team as well. I nearly forgot about them. The girls and both the boys have been racing so well in that team as well. So I really think they have a good chance of getting stuck in there too.
Yeah, that's not good by me to miss the Spaniards, who of course will be eyeing down a spot on that podium. Do you think, Alice, that Sasha Veli, obviously a little bit disappointed with the way that the 3-kilometer knockout sprint would have ended yesterday, will be looking for redemption from this relay?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, he seems like a very proud man. He's got already a stellar sorry, try to find the right word, like accolades, roster, like all of the races that he's done at a senior level, racing really well, has medals in this very event on the senior stage. His team will be looking to him for the advice, for the confidence, and we'll be feeding from that, feeding from his energy. So I think we really need to watch France for doing something special here. But I mean, all of those like 8-9 teams that we're talking about really do genuinely have a good shot of taking that gold medal. Like at any other competition at a junior race, when you see these names lined up, you think, oh, okay, they're going to be the ones to take it. And we can say that for a good 7-8 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the race plays out. Of course, these athletes still on their journey through to fruition as adults, so anything has become expected from the unexpected throughout these championships. We meet our Turkish team out on to the playing field now. Not many more teams to be introduced, but I'm sure the nerves are riding high. There'd be a lot of excitement for these athletes as well. The final time they'll be racing here in Alghero for the 2024 World Aquatics Junior Open Water Swimming Championships. The nerves will be high, those athletes on the starting pontoon, but of course we can't forget that these athletes will want to leave it all out in the water. They know after that 1500 meters, their championship is done and they'll be heading home back to get to training. So expect some fireworks as we introduce the Hungarians. That's a good team.
And the Hungarians as well, of course. And I love that we have America, Japan, Hungary lined up next to each other on the start line. I think that's going to be a very definitely watch that end of the pontoon to see what goes on there. But one thing I do want to say is for some of these juniors, it'll be their last time racing. We've got the 19-year-olds racing in this event, so it will be their last time racing as a junior. It really does go quick. You think you're at these competitions for ages, then all of a sudden you're a senior. There's no age group categories to confine you anymore, and you're racing against the best in the world. So you really have to learn to hold your own and really soak in these moments whilst you're in them.
So this is the field, and a great point there, Alice. I'm sure some of these athletes would be feeling almost a little emotional for what could be their last time racing as a junior competitor. Burke Boz, one of the male athletes on the start line, alongside a Canadian compatriot. The flag is up for the last time here in Alghero. We are underway. The mix 4x1500 meter relay is in the water. Who will be crowned the world junior champion? We'll find out in just over an hour's time. A great start from Turkey and Canada on the far side of these pontoons.
Yeah, certainly. Taking that strong start, getting a good line into the first buoy. There's a lot of fast racing to be done, and you're right about the emotions. I know that there's like a celebration party this evening, I believe, and it's just really a nice special moment to celebrate with your peers from all around the world. You've all been brought together for such an amazing event.
We'll see how those emotions play out. This man has been instrumental in the creation of these championships. We obviously share the love with all the officials and staff around the world that have been instrumental in the organization and logistics of an event of this nature. I'm sure it's created memories for the athletes and spectators around the world who got the opportunity to race here on this iconic venue really hope that it remains a place of racing on the World Cup level, and potentially get to see more racing here in the future. For now though, the lead group starts to bunch up. I believe in the middle is Oliver Risk of Canada, and that was Berk Boz of Turkey that's just pulled up to his side in that white cap. So we'll see how it plays out here, Alice, but so far everyone away cleanly.
Yeah, it's looking good to start with. No one's in like a terribly dangerous position at the moment. You can see a bit of a break between that longer line and the lines behind it, but there's already swimmers actually in behind them. So everything's looking good at the moment. This turn is going to be crucial actually. You're going to see a large amount of people bunching up, even at the front. Those 3 swimmers like really squeezing around it and just coming around it now. Like that's absolute chaos for quite a lot of the swimmers. It seems like it's gone fairly well actually. I think there's probably some respect and space allowed to open up, especially because the pack's not as big as we typically see for the individual races. So good to see that everyone got around it okay.
Well, how's that turn there from Berk Boz out in front for Turkey? He went into that turn third and he's come out first and has the body length, and it just goes to show when you nail your skills like that, it can really pay off instrumentally with well, obviously he's gone from third to first and he's pulling away ever so slightly. How's this swim from Sanzullo sitting in fourth, the Italian blue cap, just tucked in behind our top 3 boys. Chiara Sanzullo, she was massive on day one. She went head to head with Stuhlmacher and just lost it by a fingertip, but she's out for revenge here.
Yeah, we've seen some great racing from Sanzullo. She's really made a name for herself at this competition, I believe, put in some amazing racing. And is that USA second?
I think that's Canada sitting
Is that
second.
Canada? Oh,
yeah, Oliver Risk.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's there's been some fantastic racing from a lot of the girls out there. We're seeing Boz take it out well here, looking really strong for Turkey. Yeah, Turkey have had a good competition also. I think in some places probably would have liked to have done better than they have. So looking to make a statement here, really get in on that last race and leave everything in the water.
So we saw in the underage race, the 14 to 16s, the tactics really took a part on how the race played out. We had 3 lead changes, well, 3 laps with different leaders, and then Hungary taking the lead throughout the final lap. But Turkey leading out with their 2 boys. Boz will hand over to Hazigar, Erdogan and Narin will anchor the Turkish team. It's going to take a big effort to separate themselves from that pack. As we look down the field, love to know who that is on that 5th spot in the black cap. Potentially it is Stuhlmacher, but so far Turkey lead the Canada.
Yes, yeah, it's looking good. Kind of expected to, have the boys at the front. The countries which have fielded girls are first, like France, USA. I did see Cocorando of France sat in there, just towards the back, so she'll be looking to, find that space and move up. And we see the Peruvian swimmer at the moment on the feet of Risk from Canada, and hopefully just try to pick out who these 2 swimmers are. Battling it out for 4th place at the moment, and trying to keep on the feet of Peru.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. We know that one of them is the Italian in Sanzullo, I believe, unless it is Cucurando. We'll see how it plays out. There is a gap starting to separate the 4th and 5th from that 3rd spot. The Peruvian just falling off Risk's feet for Canada. We'll see how the rest of the field moves through. In the 14 to 16 years, the USA went boy, girl to anchor. This time through, they've gone with girl, boy. Weinstein going on that 3rd leg in between Erisman and Ellis, with Stuhlmacher currently in the water. So I wonder the thought process behind trying these different methods and hoping that the speed of the girls is able to shut down some of these early leads.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a lot of this is trial and error, and you know, at the senior stage, you kind of get the luxury of having these races at every competition you go to. But the juniors, we get to race at like the regional. When I say region, I mean like continental championships yearly. So in Europe, we get that once a year, but on a world stage, it's every 2 years. So you really don't get much chance and opportunity to put yourself against other teams and try things out. Like you don't get that trial and failure process basically. So to see nations taking different approaches towards the two different events, I think makes a lot of sense. It kind of like gives you more of a bit of a scattergun approach in a sense of instead of putting all of your eggs in one basket in one tactic, allows you to see how different things work and then translate that onto future competitions.
That's a good insight to see how these athletes and more importantly their coaches and federations are approaching races such as today. Interesting to note that a lot of the European powerhouse countries such as Italy, Germany, France and Hungary have all decided to go girl, girl, boy, boy in their method. We'll see how it plays out. Definitely a bold move by Turkey to challenge that with Berkboz leading as the first boy and handing over to another boy anchoring with two female athletes. We see some of our athletes around the athlete zone starting to get ready for what is ahead, a very fast 1500 meters. It's unlike anything you do in the pool, the 1500 meter relay, when you're growing up and you're racing in those 4x100s, 4x200s, you definitely get taught to just put everything in from first stroke to the last stroke, whereas this, you do have to be more tactical. If you burn all your eggs in that first 150 meters, it can be quite a long swim after.
Yeah, it's a tough race. You know, it is a sprint relative to open water, and swimmers approach it like that. You approach it going fast, putting down effort. It's hard, it's tough. You're swimming at, you know, a heart rate of like 170, 180 for a sustained amount of time, and you also have to contend with, you know, the conditions of the water. Thankfully for the swimmers today, it's been very easy, very flat, basically similar to a swimming pool. And then, you know, also the swimmers around you and what they're doing and what their tactics are.
So as we check back in with our leader, Turkey is in charge here. Canada sitting second, Peru in third, a battle for fourth and fifth, but out in front, Berkboz making it look easy. And Alice, we've been breaking down athlete strokes throughout as we get some shoreline support from the Canadians. They know their man out in the water in Kirk is working really hard, but we've been breaking down the strokes. And Berkboz, Turkey, a federation on the rise, and a lot of the athletes swim from Turkey, of course, swim like Berkboz with this high stroke rate, very reliant on that pull, not so much on that kick.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've been saying, all competition, you know, there's so many different ways of swimming open water and the stroke and the technique used for it. From Turkey, yeah, we do see this pattern of stroke, especially from the juniors as they're coming up. And to be fair, pretty much all of the Turkish athletes that we're dealing with on the senior stage at the moment are still juniors. Absolutely fantastic program that's coming out of there for distance swimming at the moment. Identified a real gap and real potential, I suppose, in these competitions, to, you know, create some programs, some training, and really get some athletes through. So it's fantastic to see more nations like investing in distance swimming.
It's a great point, and they have done that in spades. You know, Tunselli now the well and truly established as the best ever 1500 meter swimmer from Turkey, 14:41. His time is just 16 or 17 years of age, and also raced at the Olympic Games just past in Paris alongside his compatriot. Sitting in second though, Canada, Oliver Risk leading them out. They have decided to go boy, girl, girl, boy in their format here. So Oliver Risk currently leading, hand over to Tiara Vroom. For Vroom, obviously she knows there's a lot of fast girls that are going to be coming through that field. What do you think the strategy there is for Vroom? She's going to want to keep some sort of a lead over the field, noting that Hakisaga of Turkey will be pulling away through the early stages of lap 2.
Yeah, certainly. She's going to be looking at this, being very happy that Risk has kept himself in touching distance of someone's feet. So the moment she dives in, she'll at least have someone to like follow around up to that first buoy, stay on as long as she can. But there's no expectation that she'll hang on for very long. You know, with a buoy going in as fast as we've seen from the Turkish talent, it's going to be tough for her. But it gives her something to look up and work towards, and it just means like little things like she won't have to sight as much. She can just look up, check where the Turkish swimmer is. We're seeing Risk actually looking like he's taking, trying to get up onto the hip of Boz. So, you know, really trying to put Canada as far front as possible for room to dive in and, you know, hopefully keep that lead. It'd be good to know who we've got behind. I can see the Peruvian swimmer has just been just getting overtaken into 4th place at the moment. So there's still a lot to play for behind, and we just don't want anybody to be catching you up, especially not in those first like 400-500 meters.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle starting to develop at 3rd and 4th. When we see who that is, we'll be able to tell you what country is pushing through, but we believe from earlier on, it looked like it was Sanzulo that pushed up. It could also be Cucadano though, with that French blue cap. It's been hard to tell throughout these championships. A lot of athletes deciding to wear different caps between these swimmers. But we know who is our leader. It's Berk Boz of Turkey. He'll hand over to Hakisaga, who's up next, walking out now. The Japanese loom large, Okazunu. One of the things I wanted to mention to you, Alice, is our Japanese competitors are sensational at holding the feet of athletes around them. We saw yesterday Okazunu managed to hold on to Claire Weinstein for almost the entirety of the final lap, of the second lap. No one was holding on in the final lap in that knockout sprint. So do you think there's anything to that? We know Shimori on the anchor is a smart move by the Japanese, but for the Japanese women, they're just going to want to hold in that position and make sure that they put their man in a position to strike.
Yeah, you're totally right. This is something that I've seen from Japan as an open water nation for quite some years now. They have this real sense of grit and of strength and just an amazing work ethic to, you know, do those hard meters within a race, stick in there, stick with it, not let anybody lose out of their sights, keep that stroke rate high, just relentless effort. And yeah, we saw it with Tusmori yesterday with that incredible win. At the end, you know, that's really what I mean when I say it's not over until it's over, you know, with Sashveli and Kovacs Perez battling it out at the front, and then Tusmori just really biding his time, finding that opportune moment when that door opened and taking it. And, you know, that's what I'd love to see from the Japanese team today. They'll hopefully be riding off of that high, and the girls have also had some fantastic racing done, really like working hard at the front of races, not letting people out of their sight. So I think as long as Okinozo's still in the mix, just behind this, they have a very good chance of making this a very special race.
I love this battle that's developing here once more between Turkey and Canada. It's been Risk that keeps pulling out alongside Berk Boz, and every time he pulls out, Boz manages to find another gear. And what this does, of course, is inspire both these athletes to push forward, but it's also creating a bigger and bigger gap to those chase swimmers, which in this event is ever so crucial.
Yes, massively so. And, you know, this is how you see two nations really working together to extend their lead, whether intentionally or not, you know, constantly, you know, not letting the other person settle, you know, Risk sat on his feet at the moment, but every time Boz if he slows down, or even if he's not slowing down, if Risk finds that extra gear, Boz has an answer for it, and they've just kept driving each other through. And it's fantastic racing, and it's exactly what you want, to be honest. If you're either of these nations, it's really tough to swim that up front by yourself and not have kind of any mark or knowledge of how anyone else is doing. So to have each other to drive it through is going to make this lead larger for both of these countries.
Yeah, this has been a very impressive showing from Berk Boz and Oliver Risk out in front for Turkey and Canada. Really, really impressive by Boz, who just continues to find another gear. This shot of him fighting against the current simply looking sensational. I'm sure something that's going to be for Boz to clip up and show all his friends when he goes back to school just how quick he can move through the water. 1,500 meters swum. They are absolutely churning through with just over 100 to swim. Turkey in the box seat, Canada sitting second.
Yeah, it's looking really good, really smooth from both of the athletes. I think they should be very proud of their efforts. They've clearly fought until the end, and we see Risk taking another move to get onto the hip of Boz, and Boz just kind of closing that door again. So yeah, it's really good fighting, taking a good look, making sure he's got the finish area in sight. You know, that's really important stuff like that. And yeah, just closing the door again for Risk. He's going to go through that finish area first, or definitely wants to commit to it. But we see Risk finding his own water now, and it's going to be a strong takeover for both of these countries.
So these two have led from the very start. It's Risk and Boz. The Turkey is going to finish on top after lap 1. Boz has been sensational. He comes through to stop the clock about 17:30 there. Risk hands over to Vroom. In the water now for Turkey is Hakisaga. We'll see how it plays out in lap 2. But already you can see that gap starting to develop for Turkey as Hakisaga moves in against Vroom. Who's going to finish in third, and what is the gap, Alice? This has been a great start for the Turkish team in the red cap. Well, they've lost the red cap
absolutely.
now.
Yeah, they should be very, very proud of that. And, you know, we see Vroom really taking it to Hakisaga here, you know, not letting that go. And we've got Chinese Taipei, who handed over third, Peru in fourth, and Spain in fifth. So it'll be interesting to see where the Americans are, roughly where the Americans fit, and the Japanese. And we see Clements also touch through now for France.
That was a massive swim by Noah Martin of Spain. That was our first female across the line. 37.3 the time on the change there. Martinez in for now in the second female athlete. But Alice, you called it. Spain definitely one to watch as contenders as we see some of the big nations start to roll through in the US, Japan, and France across the line. Oh, sorry, Italy.
Yeah. Have we seen Hungary through yet? And this is the tough thing about these races. You know, if you these swimmers are definitely more than capable of keeping up with one another. We've seen it in the 10K, we've seen it in the 7.5. However, if you get caught in the wrong position or anything like that, it really can cost you. And over 1,500 meters, as it is a sprint, kind of every like 50 meters is so crucial in making sure you're in the right position. So be interesting to see how this develops when we start getting some more of the men from, you know, the nations that we kind of expected to win at this point. But yeah, as you were saying, Spain, Noah Martin had an amazing swim there to really hold on with some of the boys and put themselves in a really good position.
We'll see how it plays out. Hungary definitely with some work to do, way back in 16th currently, as we see Bolivia now come and change over. Sorry, that was Brazil. Bolivia still to come, but it's really played into France's hands here with Noah Martin being able to separate in that early lead off the first changeover. Sorry. Cocodano sitting second, or 6th overall, but second female through the first lap. She was, we're just doing the maths, 11 seconds behind our Spanish team. Of course, France have Sasha Velli on the anchor. In the water at the moment is Valentin Leclerc. We move out to our lead, and no surprise, it's Hakisaga of Turkey that's been able to separate himself from the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's going to put down a hard bit of work here, swimming by himself. Doesn't have the luxury that his teammate Boz had of having Risk, you know, or having somebody, you know, touching your feet, keeping you in check, dragging each other through, whether that's like free draft or just through like, by the way, I'm still here, like I'm not going anywhere, keep swimming fast. So hasn't got that luxury of like being chased in a sense, knows that he's being chased but doesn't have someone to keep him in check. So it's going to be a tough effort. More than capable of doing it, of course. It's just going to make for some hard swimming.
Yeah, they certainly are not getting their money's worth if they thought that this was going to be easy. Akisaga out in front, Turkey doing it the hard way, leading with the intention from start to finish. It was a great start by Boz. The Canadians handing over from Risk to Vroom. We'll see how Tiara is sitting when we get a wider shot of our second swimmer. But for now, it all sits through Turkey out in front of the race. A lot of interest moving through the field. It was a great swim by Chinese Taipei. The Xiao, who finished in third position. Peru just falling back to fourth, but really, really impressed by Spain, who managed to open up that gap to the rest of the field. And also Daisy Quinn of Australia sitting the Aussies up in front of the chasing group of Japan, the US, South Africa, Italy and Germany. So there's plenty of nations. It's hard to wrap your head around it, but what we know is 3 laps until we crown a champion, and there's going to be plenty of federations looking to step up onto that dais.
Yeah, I mean, if you could think of a dream chase group for this relay, you would definitely think Japan, USA, Italy, Germany, and they are all bunched together. That is the reason that you just can't count any of them out at the moment, because that power of being able to swim together and chase through, and the kind of like confidence you gain from overtaking other countries really can like fuel you through the race and put you in some really, really like good swimming that you might not have been able to do if you were just out in front swimming alone. So, you know, having those countries like be in that position where they can potentially work together to climb up through the field is quite a dangerous and scary place for the countries that are a little bit further in front, like France, like Spain, like Chinese Taipei, Canada, Turkey. So yeah, it's going to be a real interesting one. I think you can probably just see them at the far right of the screen as it just cut off there. But Canada's Vroom is doing a really, really good effort here. You know, she hasn't let anybody catch her up yet, and the gap between her and Hagisaga isn't that bad at the moment. You know, like I said, for a lot of the girls and the women in these races, it's mainly about damage mitigation. And, you know, how long can you hang on to one of the guys' feet? How little can they pass you? And she's doing a fantastic job of that at the moment.
Well, to your point, Alice, I think there's 3 federations here that have rolled the dice in Turkey, Japan, and the USA by putting a boy on this second leg. So in the water currently is Ryan Erisman of the USA and Imafuku for Japan. Out in front is Hakisaga. The Japanese and the US, they need to get at least 30 seconds ahead of the French team, as Weinstein will enter the water for the US and Kojima will be in for Japan. And like to that point as well, Kojima needs to go into the water with Claire Weinstein if they have any hope of keeping the tie between the Japanese and the USA. So there is like 15 races within this one race, and we haven't even talked about what this means for the championship trophy as well, with of course the top 3 sitting with Hungary, Italy and the USA. Italy yet to win a gold medal at these championships, but sitting second on that tally total, so there is so much to play for. But Hakisaga just worried about getting through the water as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show the depth that we're dealing with countries like Italy and Hungary, where they've just been so dominant, you know, getting into those top 5 positions consistently in those races and stacking up so many points to be able to challenge like the 4 golds of America and the silver of America too. So just really, really great race, and great to see so many youngsters from so many different nations getting in and giving it a go. And looking at the future of this sport, it's so exciting. You know, we've seen some fantastic racing from across the world here, and I'm just like, where does this fit into the senior stage when they get to that point? Like where will they fit in? They'll be challenging the senior members of their nations for those spots at the World Championships, at the Olympic Games. I feel like year on year and cycle upon cycle, open water just comes to new levels where more and more athletes find themselves, you know, in really amazing positions to do something special.
Well, we've been saying it all year, and a lot of my friends say I sound like a broken record when I say it's a fantastic time to be a fan of open water swimming in the world. But when we see these races play out, and when we hear the passion that you speak to this on, and joined by many other fans of open water swimming around the world, you can see why we continue to say it's a great time to be an open water swimming fan. And not only to that point, Alice, as well, we get to watch these athletes develop over the next couple of years with the intention of a lot of these athletes competing this week are still 4 or 5 years away from really being world title contenders. And when you have that in mind, you get to watch them develop as juniors through the World Cup series, which at the moment is absolutely live and free on YouTube around the world. So that is just so exciting of a prospect. As we move back through the field, we've had a bit of a change. Canada's room is about to be overtaken here by Imafuku. Erisman just holding on to the feet of the Japanese team. But this is a big move here. Is there anyone sitting behind Erisman? At the moment, it looks like there is not.
And yeah, just a note again on Imafuku, we spoke about him a lot, but you know, he won the 1500 at Junior Pan Packs in a time of 14:59.97, so you know, just breaking into that 15-minute mark. He's only what, 17, 18 years old, very young. I'm very excited to see him taking on this race like this, as we kind of expect him to. You know, he's got someone on his feet. I can't quite make out.
Erisman of USA.
Oh, okay. So we got, oh wow, the Americans are like well within it then. So yeah, this is exactly where we kind of expected these two countries to sit, and they've came blazing through. And this is what I meant about having America and Japan sat next to each other coming into that finish on the first lap. Like, it's a dangerous chase pack to have. Because they can work together, and this is what's happening here. It's very similar to what we saw with Boss and Risk at the start of the race, where they were really like driving each other through. You know, you've got Ersman sat on the feet of Imafuku at the moment, and they're going to be gunning for Hagisaga at the front, and it's going to make for a very hot takeover, as Turkey have two girls yet to swim. Yeah,
I really like the way that this is shaping up. It's very hard to wrap your head around it, of course, because at the moment, Hagisaga is out in front. Turkey have led with their two boys. They have about a 30 to 45 second gap over Imafuku and Erisman of Japan and the USA. We then go back for a gap. It's Vroom currently holding 4th position for Canada, but the field is chasing. Currently in the water for Italy is Talizzi. We know how fast she's been competing. Leclerc is in for France. In the water for Hungary is Vivian, and currently swimming for Spain is Martinez, and she has been absolutely sensational through through all of her events here at this year's championship. So there is just so much going on, and we've got 250 to 300 meters left in this second lap. It's about to spice up here in Alghero.
Yeah, just reading off all of those names, you know, they're names that we've been speaking about all weekend, having some incredible swims, being at the front of races, taking this on, immersing themselves amongst their competitors, and you know, getting this final opportunity to get out there, have a good swim, enjoy this beautiful venue. I think it's always so great to have that for their athletes. Just Imafuku and Ersman absolutely blazing through. Love to know how much time they've caught up. We'll obviously find out once they come to the finish area, but they're just looking so good. It's looking like some real speed.
I've got a hot take for you, Alice. I think
Let's hear it.
If I was Imafuku right now, I don't want a gap. I don't want to open a gap between myself and Erisman. I want Kojima to go in the water with Weinstein so she can just tuck in. Oh wow, that's really closed down, that gap to Turkey. But I don't want a gap between Weinstein and Kojima, because that gives Weinstein the opportunity to swim around Kojima, whereas if they dive in together, Weinstein's just going to be worried about getting around that first turn cam. What do you think?
I do love that, and that's a big thing about this actually. Yeah, it's like whether you just slightly open the door for Erzman to just sneak back in, and you know that could happen just by mistake or by intention. He's not going to be too far behind, and Weinstein, as we've seen, you know, she'll have an amazing underwater off the start. She'll have. I guess Japan and America are right next to each other on the start as well. I don't know if they've lined up in that order. I don't know if that's how it's done on the pontoon, but there's a lot of potential here for the Japanese swimmers to really tuck in behind the USA and just get carried through. But at the same time, what we saw from Claire Weinstein in that 500 on the knockout was just so special, and I think she'll just put down a burst like that, especially if they haven't quite caught Turkey. It looks like it's going to happen. It might just happen before the end of their leg. But yeah, you're right. There's so many tactics and there's so many ways that this can be played. I think it's such a great event.
Yeah, it really is exciting. The future of open water swimming, we've seen it over the last 4 days. The 10K, the 5K, the 7.5 kilometers, the 3 kilometer knockout, now the 4 by 1.5 kilometers here in Alghero, Italy. It is turning it on for the final time, and we're about to see a lead change. It has been Imafuku who's gone out with intent in this second leg. He's going to catch Hakisaga, and you'd say that's Turkey's day done for the medals, as Japan and the USA are charging through the field.
Yeah, you know, a credit to Hakisaga. It's a really, really tough position to be in, as we've been commenting throughout both of these relays. Being chased is so challenging, regardless of the speed of the swim behind you, regardless of your speed. Just look at the stroke, the relentless stroke rate from Imafuku here, and Reisman sat on him, enjoying that draft, finding a little bit of his own water now. But Imafuku's got Hakisaga in his sight, and they're just maybe 100, 150 meters away from that finish area.
Yeah, we'll see how we develop through this changeover. Also, an interesting note for Imafuku, if he can use Hakisaga to just get Erisman off his feet ever so slightly. Like I said, if I was Imafuku, I would not be trying to burn Erisman at this point. I want Kojima, my swimmer that's coming in next, to be diving in with Claire Weinstein, the Olympic medalist, and just tucking in behind. If you're if you're Kojima right now, oh, there you go, just using that athlete. That's perfect open water swimming right there.
Absolutely, yeah, and this is what we love to see. These are the kind of races that the relay can provide for us. You know, we've got 3 girls diving in for both of these nations, and you know, Hakisaga just getting like sandwiched in at the moment, but then also enjoying both of these drafts and all just and this is what open water swimming's about. It's, you know, you take your own line, but everyone else is taking their own line as well. So we're just seeing the USA just getting in front at the moment now. So I think your call might be correct.
But to be fair, I think that's played out perfectly for Erisman. I thought it could work to the opposite effect with Hakisaga moving across, but Erisman's used this as an opportunity to shoot forward, and he's absolutely kicked here, Alice.
He's found an extra burst of speed, swimming absolutely beautifully, giving Imafuku a chance to get on his feet for a change of pace for the race, as we've seen the other way around. But these two have worked brilliantly together to really pull their countries back from what was just over a 1 minute deficit from the lead. So absolutely incredible racing, putting their countries in real hot contention. And you know, as we've been saying, they were two of the hot favourites. So it'll be really good to see where you know, Spain's sitting, where France is. Have Hungary been able to open that door back into the race and find some feet to drive through? So incredible racing.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting way to see it play out. Luke Ellis will be on the anchor for the US after Claire Weinstein, but Erisman is lifting here through the final stages. This has been an impressive final 300 meters by Erisman. He's going to give Weinstein a huge lead here over Kojima of Japan. That final spurt could be absolutely pivotal. 2.9 seconds the difference. Turkey in third, but that was a very impressive final spurt. And we talked, Alice, about leaving it all in the ocean, and Erisman has done that with the final 50.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done so well there to put down that extra little burst, and it's things like that that really open the door to allow Claire to have her own water, to not have to stress around about anybody like getting on her feet and making it difficult for her around the first buoy. So Ersman and Inafuku, I really think, had two amazing swims there, and really have given their countries that strong chance of getting on the podium.
Yeah, you do not want to give Claire Weinstein clear water, that's for sure. We're going to see how it plays out here as we start moving through the field. Vroom in. This is Spain. They're the leaders of our two. They've gone two females first and second. In the water now, Mateo Garcia. In for France is Emile Vincent. That was a great swim there by Valentine Leclerc. She's closed the gap to Spain, so only 7 seconds separating Spain and France, and you can bet your dollar that those two nations will be working together. Germany through now as well. We start to move through the field. I can't see the wind coming from any further down than this as Australia hands over. Brazil underway. Sweden, South Africa, Italy on the wall. All the big federations are in the water for this third lap, I think, or we just see Hungary change over there. But we have a race on our hands here, Alice. Claire Weinstein, she knows what she needs to do. It's going to be a hard 1,500 meters. She needs that stroke rate up nice and high. And you wait to see. Spain and France will be coming hard. Mateo Garcia and Emile Vincent ahead of Vargas and Veli. What a star-studded lineup we have ahead for the final two laps.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so right about saying that these countries working together. You know, Spain and France basically finishing like at the same time there. Both have, I believe, both have males coming in now. Both have boys coming in now. So great opportunity for them to really chunk down a lot of this time. The one thing that America really do have on their side is the fact that Claire Weinstein is a fantastic swimmer, but also that they have got a boy still yet to come. So Claire does have space and time to play with. Just hope not wanting to give a single thing up, but it's a slightly more comfortable position than we saw America in the previous relay. Just meaning that even if she does get caught up by maybe 30 to 40 seconds, it doesn't have to rely on another girl having to hold that gap again. They've got a boy coming in with Luke Ellis, also a very, very quick racer. He'll hopefully have his own water because Claire will put him in that nice strong position, and he'll be able to skim through like we saw similar to Imafuku and Reisman in the previous leg. But yeah, the threat from behind is very real, it's very alive, and we're seeing Claire here. You'd be forgiven for thinking she's swimming quite steady. She's definitely not. You can see her legs kicking very hard. She's got a good strong pull. Just comparing her to other women's strokes, just hasn't got as high a stroke rate, but it'll be because she gets so much power through her pull, so she won't be slipping nearly as much water and just be like kind of just levering herself through the water as much as possible.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. The gap from the USA to France and Spain sitting what was about 63 seconds on the changeover. We know that they need to move through the field. I'd say Luke Ellis would be the comfortable winner if the gap is more than 10 seconds into that final leg. But for now, it's all on the line here for Claire Weinstein. She's already taken 2 golds. The USA looms large for that championship trophy. And I hate to say it, Alice, but I would almost go as far as it all lies on Weinstein's head here.
I totally agree. She's this is a tough position to be in. She's really locked in, concentrating on her own swim. But yeah, you're so right. It's a lot. It's a big pressure. You really want to hand over to Luke Ellis with. I think she dived in with about 1 minute 20, I think, over the French and the Spanish. So a good substantial amount of time. We don't really want to play with her having a minute or anything more than that taken off of that. That puts Luke Ellis in a really tough position where he's very quick himself, but he's got some fast swimmers coming in behind him. And as I've been saying, the mental place that you're in when you're a chaser is completely different from the mental place than when you're being chased. It is much easier to chase someone than it is to be chased. So, I can't see Claire being overtaken on this leg. Stranger things have obviously happened, but it's a substantial lead, and she's such a fantastic swimmer. She's doing so well at the moment. So, hopefully she can retain this lead for the USA.
So looking down the field here, you have Claire Weinstein on the right of your screen. Currently sitting in second is Miku Kojima of Japan. She just needs to hold that position as well. Kato Shimori, the winner of the 3-kilometer knockout in the water next for Japan. Sitting behind her is Eragadan of Turkey. So their hopes of a podium still well and truly alive here. Mexico, Chinese Taipei, and Puerto Rico rounding out the top 6 currently. We'll start to see Spain and France moving through very shortly. But out in front, it is Claire Weinstein. I tell you what, Alice, if Weinstein's able to hold more than that 10-second gap to the rest of the field, she unequivocally goes out of this meet as the swimmer of the meet.
Yes, absolutely. I think even just her that 500 effort, I keep talking about it, that 500 effort, just really never seen anything like it in open water. That gap that she was able to create within such a short amount of time and carry it through, and then also the effort from Brinkley Hansen as well. Sorry, I'm talking about the 3K knockout. Just really, really incredible swimming, and yeah, she looks really good here, really strong, very consistent rate, keeping it smooth, and just focusing on her own race as well. And yeah, just to talk about the Japanese team again, with Kojima in behind Claire at the moment, and Tuzumori still to come, some serious speed coming from them. So yeah, it's shaping up really nicely for both of these teams. They've got a good chance, but yeah, with Spain, France, Mexico, Chinese Taipei, all of these really, really good nations coming in behind them, it's still all to play for. No one can let off the gas at any point.
So we're about to go to the turn on the far end of the course. This is lap 3, about 2 and a bit kilometers left to swim here at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Junior Championships. Alghero, Italy has played host to a fantastic rendition of this meet. What do we have in store for the final 30 minutes of competition? It unequivocally is going to be interesting. Who's going to take the title and who's going to take the championship trophy? It's all on the line. The USA in the box seat. And when we pan across the field, we'll see the chasers. There are some big nations chasing down Claire Weinstein, but Weinstein has been simply sensational through all of the competition. The USA would just be absolutely hoping to crown this off with the title, and how much would that inspire their male athletes as well? The girls have been dominating throughout, but don't take away from Erisman and Ellis in this event. Alice, it's been a big meet by them. They're just being outshone by a lot of gold from the girls' side.
Yeah, certainly. We see this quite often with nations that really have that, like, 1 or 2 dominant athletes, and you kind of forget about everybody else, and you're like, no, we're still swimming really well. Erzman put in an amazing swim there. Really pulled America and also from Imafuku from Japan. Really 2 special swims that have that moment where those medals can be won. like obviously the medals are won at the touchpad, but really when it cements them as like this was our opportunity, we opened that door and the rest of our teammates managed to seize it. So yeah, we've seen some fantastic racing all week. There's been so many like hard efforts, hard wins, hard fought races. So like amazing credit to the athletes. I think we see France and Spain coming through now.
Wow, that's a big move. We knew Vincent was fast. We know Veli's faster, but to see that creeping up on the Japanese, this is going to be a very interesting way to finish the race. And as you can see there at the top of the screen, Claire Weinstein would have looked back and seen France and Spain on the attack. Vargas to come for Spain. For France, it will be none other than Sasha Veli. Luke Ellis to come for the USA. It is shaping up so nicely here, and what a fitting finish for these championships.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. I can see us having a 4-horse race at the end of this, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough racing, and I do love to see that it's all going to be boys at the front, so there's no one that we can count out of this race at any point at this moment. And also Turkey, you know, still really, really doing well. With Ergadan like really hanging in there on the feet of the Spanish swimmer at the meantime, and they have another girl yet to come, so going to be a bit more difficult for her to really stick in there with those boys, especially with the speed of Chusumori, Veli, Imafuku, you know, and so yeah, there's a lot going to be happening on this last lap. I think Claire Weinstein's really driving through. Keeping that lead, but the speed of the French and the Spanish swimmer at the moment, it's going to be very close as to who finishes first for this lap.
The good news is the action will come thick and fast as Claire Weinstein will come down through this turn. Will be on the home straight for lap 3. About 700 or 600 meters ahead of Weinstein until she hands over to the 4th and final swimmer to round out the action here in Alghero. It has been a picturesque place for action throughout these championships, and I believe the conditions still holding out, although you can hear the wind ever so slightly picking up for this final leg. This is going to be interesting. What's the effects of this on these last swimmers? We know that Luke Ellis is a very fast 400, 800 and 1500 meter swimmer in the pool. What does he have ahead of Sasha Veli, who's a very, very strong open water swimmer?
Yeah, this is going to be a great example of what you get when you kind of have a pool swimmer who is a very good open water swimmer competing against a kind of out and out open water swimmer in Sasha Veli. Of course, Sasha Veli is very fast in his own right, but you know, we've seen he's got so much experience on those world stages. So what kind of race this will be very interesting. I don't think anybody's going to be very comfortable in the sense of they're going to be battling against each other basically. You know, I don't think there's going to be much clear water allowed, which is going to play quite well into Sasha Veli's hands, but then also again might open the door for Tusumori to cause another upset, as he kind of did in the 3K knockout race, where, as I was saying before, you had Veli and Kovacs Suarez battling it out and it allowed him through. So there's a lot of potential scenarios to happen. I just can't wait to see what plays out.
Yeah, that is going to be here on your screens very shortly, sooner than we know it, because Claire Weinstein's just find another gear here. Alice, she looks incredible through this final straight. You can see the efficiency in her stroke. She has upped the rating. The pinkness starting to come into those shoulders, so you know she's really putting in the work for the USA out in front. We'll get a wide shot soon to see how our Spanish and French swimmers are going, but out in front, Claire Weinstein's found another gear.
Yeah, certainly. We have seen that stroke rate increase. She's been biding her time. She's still got clear water behind her from as far as we can see at the moment. So we know those boys are coming fast for her, and she'll know that too. So you know, she's really doing everything in her power to make sure that lead is sustained for Luke for when he dives in. Again, this is another tactical thing. You might in the position of Luke, you might actually want to have some people around you, because again, as I'm saying, it's so much easier to swim with people than to be chased, and especially if if that gap's only come down to maybe like 10 or 15 seconds, it's a really challenging mindset to get in for as long as 1500. And yet we see them coming very quick here. I think she probably will get caught, but it's an incredible leg to hold on for this long, and it's going to be a fantastic final race for the boys yet to come.
So what I think is very interesting here, Alice, is there's obviously not going to be much of a gap left between the US to the Spaniards and the French on this final leg, but what Claire has ahead of her is she cannot let that gap explode on that final changeover. She needs to keep it very close between herself and those two boys coming through. If that opens up, Luke Ellis is going to have a very tall task ahead of him in catching Vargas and Veli. So we'll watch as we see Claire Weinstein get overtaken shortly and see what the reaction is to move across. Here we go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And honestly, if I'm Claire at this point, I'm kind of like, you know what? She's done incredibly well, and maybe even just a little bit thankful for the feat and the draft that is to come in a moment. She's not going to make it easy for them. She's not going to let off the gas. She's going to keep pushing, but it might be really nice for her to have that moment to tuck in, accept that this is happening. There's nothing you can do about it now. You've got two very fast boys coming up behind you. It was always going to be a challenge. But yeah, like, tuck in with them, get on their hip. You're not going to make this easy for them. You need to be coming into the finish area.
She's got the answers as well, though, Alice. Look at this. This is a great reaction. And
it's fantastic swimming.
Good to hear the whistles out in action. As you can see, Vincent has just gone completely off course to get away from Weinstein. So the mind games of Claire Weinstein paying dividends.
Yeah, fair play to her. Really smart swimming, not letting them have it, and it's tough now. I think she should try. Don't want to cut across too hard. I think it'll naturally come back. They'll naturally come back together. She does want to find their white water because they are swimming faster than her, but she's still holding her own. And I think this is one thing we have. Like I said before, she's a racer. She races 200 meters in the pool. That is a pure racing event, and seeing her, the up of her kick, up of her stroke rate, she's now going stroke for stroke with these boys, and just imagine what she could have done. I just think imagine what she could have done if she'd had that race at the start. And this is what I mean by it's so difficult to be chased. You think that you're racing at your hardest, and then someone comes next to you and you have that fighting spirit, you have that adrenaline kick in, as we're seeing for Claire demonstrated right now, and it can take you to another level of swimming.
If she can keep this gap within 10 seconds, I'd say Luke Ellis is in with a sniff, because it's going to take a tall task to come over Veli and Vargas. I tell you what, this is smart swimming there by Vincent. He made Weinstein make a decision: swim with us and swim further, or swim in a straight line and don't get to swim on our feet. And the Vincent of France out in front has absolutely cooked this last straight. Garcia sitting in second for Spain. This is a great race that's shaping up, and here comes the challengers behind. I believe that's Okazunu still sitting in there for Japan, and there's Vincent that's taken a dash across. Garcia holding his line. Geez, everything going on here on the fourth and final day. Alice, this is simply sensational racing.
Yeah, this is beautiful. This is exactly what we want to see from the relay. It's really like high stakes. Who's it going to be? And you were so right about forcing Claire to make a decision there. And it is really tough in that moment. Like, which do you do? What do you choose? And we see France putting into the lead first, Spain second, and Claire Weinstein just finishing for the USA now with Luke Ellis going in. And Luke's going to have some amazing feet, some amazing draft to get on. I think it is probably going to be those three nations contending for the podium. Yep. We still have Tusamori yet to come, but this is looking like a substantial gap, which these three countries, just being so strong and so dominant, won't be letting go up.
Yeah, this is going to be the race for the medals. France, Spain, USA. It's going to be a good race between Brazil, Italy, Australia and Germany for fourth position but the medals have gone, I believe, with France, Spain, and the US. Claire Weinstein, like that, we can't overstate how special that performance there was from Claire Weinstein to keep that gap at only 6 seconds over the last 250 to 300 meters is really, really impressive. And the way that she cut across the course and to not only keep the gap only 6 seconds to France, what it also did is kept her final swimmer and Luke Ellis up with Vargas of Spain. So those two swimmers will definitely start working together, and they know the race, although it's 1,500 meters long, they only have to focus in a 400 or 500 meter spurt, because if they're not on that feet after that 500 meters, the race is almost over. And look at that. They've already put in that effort. This is the front of the race, I believe. Spain and France. In fact, it's Spain that's leading the way, I believe.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, you're so right about the effort that Claire put in, just making sure that Luke has a real good chance to stay on their feet. And yeah, you're totally right. I don't know whether it was the pure speed from, is it Vargas and for Spain at the moment? Just double check that. Yeah, for Vargas. I don't know whether it's the pure speed from Vargas which allowed him past Veli, or whether Veli kind of let that happen and is happy to enjoy the feet at the moment, enjoy the draft, and then take it on later on. Just a bit more tactical, as I said. He's more of an out-and-out open water swimmer, and we see Luke Ellis tucked in perfectly behind there on the feet of Veli. So this is going to be a really, really, really tough lap. They're all going to be gunning for each other. No one's going to want to put, we're seeing Vargas at the moment just knocking the pace off. And yeah, this is where tactics come into play. He's not committing to doing all of the work up front for you to come and overtake him in the finish funnel. He's not playing by those rules. I would just say, for the purpose of viewers and maybe for anybody watching back, be really careful with that. You still have other teams coming in hot behind you. I think Veli has committed to taking the lead now, and I don't think Veli's afraid of leading. So we saw him dominate the heat and the semi-final of the 3K, saw him dominate the 10K. It has been a tough week of racing, so there will be some fatigue in these swimmers, and they don't want to take any chances going into the finish. However, it's still you still need to get in and race, and we see Luke Ellis here climbing the hip of Vargas.
Well, what's really interesting from that move from both Veli, who obviously dived in first, Vargas, who took the lead, is over the 400, none of these athletes can compete with Luke Ellis. He is far and away the best in the water, but over 1500, it's definitely, especially in open water, it suits Veli. So to see these tactics play out, potentially Veli was just hoping for Vargas and Ellis to group up, but it was an interesting move. We'll see how it plays out. I think potentially with a shorter final straight, it would be in the hands of Veli, but nonetheless, this is the situation they're in now, and for spectators around the world, it's going to be an interesting final 1,300 meters ahead. But I tell you what, Alice, that performance there from Claire Weinstein, we've talked about it already, but it's all but sewn up the championship trophy for the USA. If they can finish at least a couple spots ahead of Italy, the championship trophy will be going to the United States.
Yeah, you took the thought right out of my mind. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking now. With Hungary just off the pace a little bit in this race, and Italy further back from America, it's looking really good for America to take that championship trophy. Great to see some of the boys on the podium as well, hopefully, as we'll see at the end of this race. Of course, it's not over yet, but looking really, really likely that these will be the three nations that we see on the podium, just not sure which order yet. And yeah, just a big shout out to Schumacher and Erzman at the start of that race. Schumacher really hanging in there with Japan, and I really think that was key for Erzman, swimming that through with Imafuku, allowed them to really work together and just build up to this lead, which handed over to Weinstein, able to get in and put America in a great position here.
We'll see how it plays out as they come through halfway down this back straight. There's 3 swimmers in the mix. Spain leads USA, France in front. Veli, Vargas and Ellis make up that top 3. There is a considerable gap to the rest of the field. I can't imagine there's any world in which they get caught from this point. There's a lot of talent swimming from that top 3. Vargas, though, he'd be getting a little bit nervous in the sprint finish. He's probably the 3rd of the fastest, but we know these Spaniards love to fight hard through the backstage of a race. We saw it at this year's 10-kilometer World Championships. We will see it once more in the back end of this 4x1500 meter relay. Alice, there's been a lot of questions on who's going to win this race and who was going to win the earlier relay, but there's one thing that's for sure. This 4x1500 meter relay is as exciting as it gets in open water swimming.
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot of special races happening at the moment. You know, with this relay, with the 3K knockout, and then of course the traditional open water racing as well, which still brings some like really exciting and thrilling moments. But yeah, this is exactly what we love to see from the relays. Some really tough races, some amazing efforts from the swimmers, and it's leading towards what's going to be a really exciting finish. Be interesting to I'd love to have like an energy gauge on the meters that on the swimmers, so like an energy gauge on like how are they feeling, like who's working the hardest at the moment. We really see Sasha Veli, I think, trying to make a separation. I don't think he wants to come into the finish funnel against anybody. He knows how that played out last time. Still an incredibly fast swimmer himself, but that would be on his mind, that he doesn't want to take any chances going into it, wants to get this sewn up early on. However, you know, Vargas really hanging in there, and Luke Ellis looking, I think, I don't know if it was intentional, but just moving to the side to get onto the hip of Vargas potentially, but I think he's tucked back into the feet now. And Luke, it'd be really interesting to see when he decides to really put down that speed.
As we come into this turn can on the far side of the course, a great opportunity for open water swimmers worldwide to see some of the best athletes in the world and how they approach this turn. We get a shot of the supporters and athletes after that race. So Veli out in front. I think, to your point, Alice, the movement here that we're seeing once more from our US competitor in Luke Ellis is trying to get a better position than Vargas around this can. Smart move as they come down. Not a lot left into this turn buoy, but we'll watch it as they go through.
Yeah, again, these are really crucial moments, because you know there's nothing stopping any of the swimmers in front of you or behind you from having a good turn. So it means your turn needs to be clean and smooth as well. Like, no one can make a mistake here, because, you know, if Veli makes a mistake, he suddenly finds Vargas up on his shoulder, up on his hip. Vargas makes a mistake, suddenly finds Luke Ellis right next to him, and if Luke Ellis makes a mistake, he's not on the feet of Vargas anymore. So it's very crucial to make sure it's good. It looks all right. I think Luke probably went slightly wider than he needed to at that moment, and we're just seeing a bit of a zigzag at the moment as the boat cuts in front of them, and they try to get the best line. It's really snaking at the moment. They're just following each other.
Yeah, that was a sensational turn through there by Sasha Veli. Luke Ellis was very wide around that can, and you can see he's just working hard to shut down that gap that Vargas created on also a good turn. So if you were watching around the world, that was a sensational turn by Veli. He got in and out quickly without losing any momentum. And those extra strokes, although it doesn't look like much of a gap, obviously when you go around that corner, if you're already holding a 2-stroke gap from the turning can, it's just exponentially increased as you go around that angle. So that's why these athletes spend a lot of time practicing it, and we'll get to see it for the final time here in Alghero as they come down to turn onto the back straight, the home straight. 700 meters separates these athletes now from the finish line, and it's starting to spice up. Vargas is going to have to make a move soon, because he knows Luke Ellis can come home with a fire of fury.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a point back to the turns of when you're swimming in a line like this, basically like Luke Ellis, you're kind of just putting your head down. You're looking up to spot the swimmer in front of you and just focus on where they are and follow their feet. You're not really concentrating on the buoy. And then all of a sudden the turn buoy is in front of you, and where those swimmers' feet were are suddenly like a shoulder width towards your left. And then that's why you just end up going 1 or 2 strokes wide on the buoy, and it can be detrimental. He is a very fast swimmer, so he's managed to breach that gap beautifully. So it wasn't a problem for him, but for some swimmers who, you're already hot on the pace, you're really reliant on that draft, it can be detrimental to the race. And it looks like it's developing really well here. Luke Ellis has just found another gear. Wow.
He moved over just as you were saying that, Alice, and he pulled up on the inside of Vargas, which I thought was a very smart move to get the inside line ahead of Vargas. A lot of athletes don't let you get that opportunity. Now you can see him battling on that hip. He's going to use the ladder that we've been talking about throughout the champs. He wants that inside line. Vargas isn't going to give up Veli's feet. This is a good opportunity here, though, for Sasha Veli. If he can sense the moment and pull away, he knows that Vargas and Ellis are locked in a battle, but that is going to take some doing.
This is really challenging. Both of these swimmers will be aware of everybody else's strengths and weaknesses. And, the fact that Luke Ellis is really stuck in there, he's got a good 8, good 4, good 15. This is a dangerous place to be for France and Spain, to be honest. Like, when he's right on there, he's not making it easy for any of them. He'll be tiring them out. Sasha Veli just taking a look back there. He's well aware of kind of the chaos that's happening behind him. And I really think this could just be the 3 of them coming into the finish funnel in a line.
This is a very high IQ moment here by Sasha Veli, in sensing the chaos that's happening between Vargas and Ellis and just snaking across the course. So just cutting the angles in which they're competing against each other and making them work harder against who's going to swim on his feet. I'm really appreciating this moment by Sasha Veli. This is some elite level experience, and this is what he gets from racing for such a strong federation. Every time they race locally, you're racing Marc-Antoine Olivier, Logan Fontaine, for instance, and then obviously becoming now a stalwart on the World Cup Series.
Yeah, you're totally right. And this is what we were talking about earlier with his credibility in this event of winning medals on the world stage already. So he would have experienced races like this before, where you want to make it difficult for them behind you. You're not going to let them go past you easy. You're not just going to pull over and go, okay, yeah, off you go. You want to cut across, make it a bit chaotic behind them. Snaking when you're following a line like that is so challenging, because you look up and all of a sudden the person's a meter to your left or to your right, and you have to cut back over. You look up again and they're back into their original position. So it's really challenging. We've just seen Luke Ellis settle behind again now. I think biding his time, waiting to find that right moment. And we see Vargas, I think, just trying to pull over and get onto the hip of Veli.
Yeah, I think Ellis is just sitting there, just taking a breather ever so slightly. He would have been hoping to just pull up all the way on this lap, but now the charge is coming from Vargas. Alice, you called it. He wants to pull up onto the hip of Veli. This is a danger point for Veli. He does not want to open that door for Vargas. You can see him responding. He needs to move across as quickly as possible. He is doing that, but he does not want to open the door. Vargas is charging through onto that hip. Oh wow. On the inside now.
This from Veli is how you lead a race. It's tough. You have to be very aware of what's going on around you. And I suppose it's risky in the sense of when now we see the door fully open for Vargas. But Veli did not make it easy. And here we're going to get the 3 coming up in a line, and I think Vargas and Ellis are going to have a bit of revenge on Veli here. Both sandwiching him. It's not a nice position to be in, but we see another gear from Veli.
Yeah, That's a smart move from Veli. He knows that Vargas would have been hurting from that little spurt. He needs to get on the outside. You do not want to be sandwiched between these athletes, and you can see him battling there with Vargas. He wants to move across. Veli now in the middle, and Ellis has been well and truly opened into this race. If I was Veli, just drop back a gear, sit on the wake of Vargas, don't do any work from this point, and that's exactly what he's doing. Veli is an absolutely, like, he's a professor at this. He's switched on to everything.
Yeah, every call that we've been like, oh, this should happen, everyone's been really responsive. This is really smart racing from all of the swimmers, and this is what I mean about playing to your strengths and biding your time. Luke Ellis could have kept pushing, trying to open that door, and wasted all of his energy, but he did bide his time. He took that moment to sit back. Veli with his lead, snaking across, making it difficult for anybody to come past him. Vargas finding that door open and getting up next to Veli when the time is right. It's all smart racing from all of them, and this is why they're going to be in contention for the medals for one of the most exciting races that we're going to see. So, it's great that it's 3 of them, so no one's going to be too disappointed. You know, we're getting everyone walking away with a medal, but of course, it's all about the gold for this race. We want to see who wins.
And it could be the championship title on the line as well for the leading federation as we come down for the final time here in Alghero. What a junior world championships it has been. We come in with 3 swimmers across. It is Spain through Vargas, Veli for France, and Ellis for the USA. A 3-man race after 6 kilometers of racing, 4 days in total, and it's going to come down to a difference of absolutely nothing. They are thrashing through the final stages. Veli, Vargas, and Ellis. Who's going to get the wall? Veli puts in a last spurt and gets the touch for France. Sasha Veli gets a double gold, and an absolute professional swim by the young Frenchman to take the gold ahead of Vargas and Ellis. What a swim that was. What a finish to finish off these championships.
I think from my eyes I saw France, America, Spain. We get to see it yet. So absolutely incredible swimming. They all should be so proud of themselves. Great teamwork, rivalry, teamwork, companionship, camaraderie. It was all in there. Sportsmanship. Absolutely incredible swimming, and all of their teams should be so happy. Yeah, second gold for Veli. I really feel like he took on that race in a very mature way, and to the credit of the United States and Spain as well, the maturity and the knowledge that they were moving through those final few meters was just exceptional.
That was a special way to finish off the action. We sort of saw it shaping up, but to see it come to fruition in that final straight, what a swim by all 3 teams, but particularly Vargas. You know, he was up against it there with the speed, and he's come away with a bronze medal for Spain. That is truly incredible.
Yeah, also just a big shout out to Hungary. Really swimming back in well there. I think that was Kovacs Perez on the last leg. So, you know, like we were saying, you know, really just having those moments that hunt people down, climb that ladder, get as many people behind you as possible, and it shows that like anything can be done. You know, they're swam into 5th place. There's still points for the championship, 4th, 5th place, and the same for Italy in 4th place. So it's actually going to be like a very close decision or points at the end for these 3 teams who are in contention for that top team.
Well, if you bear with us, Alice, I'll have those results to you very shortly, and I can say that it was the USA taking it out with 163 points. In second was Italy on 159, and Hungary on 158 got third. So just goes to show how important that touch was. If Luke Ellis had been touched out by Vargas, then we would have had Italy taking out the title.
Yeah, this is why everyone's like in open water. Oh, you know, it's like, why do you sprint? Like, you don't be sprinting in open water. end up seeing races come down to 0.2 of a second. They've been racing, what, for an hour and like 15 minutes, like really long, really tough racing. It comes down to 0.2 of a second, which was the deciding factor of the Team Championships, where we see America on top yet again. So just incredible racing, and a really great weekend. It's been fantastic to be able to call this action and like really get to know the names of the future of the sport.
Yeah, and I'm sure this won't be the last time we hear those names either. Sasha Belli, he came in as one of those star-studded athletes that we had circles around, but for him to walk away with 2 golds alongside his teammates, and he wasn't unlucky, but he was very close to taking out that 3-kilometer knockout. Like, what an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredible swimming. From Belly to really create those opportunities for France in that back end. Kind of letting Vargas get in front of him. Vargas made it clear that he wasn't going to do the work for the entirety of the lap, so Belly committed to that and had his reward for it at the end, making it really tough.
For this, and we are very proud.
Thank you, guys. What about you? Are you happy? Are you satisfied? This is the last day.
Yes.
Speak in Spanish.
Estamos muy contentos y gracias a los entrenadores.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations, Spain, ladies and gentlemen.
How special for Spain on the podium in the mix.
Oh, guys, great job done in the last part of the race. Sasha, what about your feelings? Great job in the last part of the race.
I'm feeling good. It's a good race. I'm very happy. And the last 5 meters, I push, and I touch first. It's a good race.
We're waiting the official results. Let's move a little bit. Do you want to say hello in French to everyone that are following us on streaming? Say in French, someone.
Salut la France! On a gagné. Merci à tous, on est trop contents. Et on est champion du monde.
Voilà. Merci à tout le monde.
Great job, guys, and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spain. France, sorry. Obviously, Team France. Thank you, guys.
It's always great to hear from the athletes, and saying thank you to everyone back home, as all of the people who have helped build them up to these moments.
Guys, great job. Congratulations. What about your feelings? This is the last day. So, how about your performance here in Alghero?
I'm glad I could fix the performance, and I couldn't have asked for a better team. This, I think, is the start of USA's open water dominance. So I can't wait to see what we have coming for everyone else.
And what about you? What about your feelings at the end of the race?
I'm really excited. I knew we could pull it off, and everybody raced super hard, so it was fun.
Yeah, I'm just super proud of this team. We did everything we could this week, so go USA.
Same. I'm proud of everybody. I'm really glad we could get on the podium today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Team USA.
Oh.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations.
And those words from Ellis, they feel like a threat, honestly. Like in a good way, obviously, but it's basically like, yeah, I hope the rest of the world has been watching what America has been able to do at this competition, because we're absolutely coming for those top spaces at the senior stage.
Yeah, I think we'll be looking back at what Ellis has just said in a couple of years when they start to push through. And that's notwithstanding, what has been some incredible athletes that have come through the US Swimming Open Water Academy. But this just feels a little bit different. They've never competed at this level at the junior champs.
No, yeah, this is something that's always surprised me about America. There's so much depth across so many different events, but with open water not at the juniors, it never quite translated into those medals. But we're seeing it now with this absolute dominance, and especially from the girls. And collectively, they've had an amazing relay here. Luke Ellis and Erzman really putting in some incredible legs there. So, I really think you're totally right. We will look back in probably in LA and go, yeah, we saw this coming. Like I've been very happy to have a front row seat to kind of witness this uprising, but you know, there's only 2 spaces per nation available for the Olympics, for World Championships. So already amongst the country itself, it's going to be so hotly contested, and those US nationals where you see them compete against each other are going to be so interesting.
That's very true. I think we're heading to medals shortly. Remembering, of course, we have the presentation of the 14 to 16 years 4 by 1500 meters. We then have the open 4 by 1500 meter relay, and then the presentation of the overall championship trophy for the leading federation. We're waiting for the results to be ratified, and still a few more countries coming down to finish off. Puerto Rico, one of our early leaders, alongside Chile and Bolivia, about to finish their race. But how good that this has wrapped up the action here in Alghero, Italy for the 2024 World Aquatics Junior Open Water Swimming Championships. Alice, I have a very big question to ask. Who was the swimmer of the meet?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to pick I think I'll pick a boys and a girls. I have to Tusamori in that 3K knockout to win, to take home like that maiden gold medal, that event, in such a fantastic last 50 meters. I always love a sprint finish because that's how I always raced. So whenever I see someone doing it, I'm always like, oh yeah, I feel like a kindred spirit. So that for me is was just such a fantastic moment, and I'm really happy for Japan. You know, they've worked tirelessly this meet. To come away with such a fantastic gold medal is great for them. I'm really happy for them, and can really take their country to new levels in terms of open water swimming. On the girls' side, we have been broken records. People, you might be tired of hearing this so much, but I think it has to be Claire Weinstein, finishing with 2 gold medals and a silver medal, medaling in every single race that she has taken part in, and she's still got the 10K to come in 2 years' time if she's still wanting to operate on this scene. So I just think that 500, that first 150 meters of that 500 in the 3K knockout event was just. It's the kind of racing that if you're a senior who's still competing, you really need to look at that and just be aware of what is coming for you. And we've already seen her do that in Funchal at the end of 2023. But I think the threat is very real and very credible. But how about yourself?
That's a good summation of the action. I don't know if I can top that by any means. For me, I was very impressed by Jonas Lech in the 5 kilometers. Taking the win by 13 seconds is one of the most dominant performances that we've seen at these championships, and I think it's often lost because there's just been so much great swimming across the pool, or across all the action. It's hard to go past Claire Weinstein, but I think when we look at US swimming, the way that Brinkley Hansen was able to race in all 3 races, the knockout swim at just 14 years of age to claim silver, winning a very strong medal after coming back in the field in the 5 kilometers as well, and then the performance that she threw down in a valiant effort to keep the USA team's gold medal hopes alive in that relay was truly special. So I know I've just picked 2 15-year-old and a 14-year-old, but I guess that speaks to what's coming and why we are broken records and saying how exciting it is to be an open water fan around the world.
No, you're totally right, and that's what's so important. You know, seeing the younger ages, you know, get to compete against the into an open bracket at the junior event, and I just think that's fantastic. Like, experience and opportunity, because you don't get opportunity like that. It's either you race with your juniors or you end up in the senior bracket and you're racing against, you know, Anna Marcela Cunha, Sharon Van Rooyendaal, and all of a sudden when you're at the top of your junior end, you end up coming 30th, 40th, 50th at these competitions, and it can be really disheartening, but to have had that middle point for them with that 3K knockout, with the relays, to be able to explore what they're like against people more similar to their age, I think is really special. And yeah, Jonas Lesh and Brinkley Hansen, both incredible athletes. And I also just want to shout out Peter Wozniak as well, coming back in that 10K to claim a medal. Just really special swimming. So I think we could sit here. There've been so many really impressive swims this weekend, and I think that's what I love so much about open water, is that everybody has a story of their race. Sometimes it unfolds in an unfortunate way, but sometimes it unfolds in a way that you didn't quite expect, and can make for some really special racing, and really special for the spectators to be able to witness.
Well, I think that's a great point as well, Alice, is this year has been such a massive year for some of these athletes. You look through who we've had compete here, and Peter Wozniak is a good shout in the fact that he's just fresh off an Olympic Games debut. Claire Weinstein's in a similar book, as was Emir Albayrak of Turkey, who won gold in the 7.5 kilometers. So there's a number of athletes that are backing up after the Olympic Games, a number of athletes that are coming in off the European Open Water Junior Championships, and a number of athletes that are racing after at a strong competition in the Junior Pan Pacific Champs. So with all that in mind, these athletes have had a huge 2024, and I'm sure very much looking forward to some rest. But the rest will have to wait for many as we get ready to tackle the second half of the Open Water Swimming World Cup Series for 2024. Stop 3 just around the corner on the 12th of October. We head back to Portugal for Setable once more. And Alice, I know we're very excited to be calling the action in Setable once more.
Yes, absolutely. Setable has a special place in my heart. I've been fortunate enough to race there a number of times. It's where I qualified for the Olympics. Some really tough racing happening there. And I think it's one of those races that's kind of a rite of passage for a lot of swimmers. So it'd be fantastic to see our senior swimmers back in there, and I'm really hoping we see some of the names that we've been talking about this weekend. If federations are looking at someone like Clemens Cocorando to give them those opportunities, like Kovac Serez, to really be able to get in there and get some racing in early on in the cycle, especially if they're obviously in very good shape now. It depends whether they have planned time off now, but I know quite a few nations are just quite happy to keep swimming through, especially at this young age. So seeing what we've seen this weekend, I'd absolutely love to see some of, especially the older swimmers from this competition, start to step into those World Cups and start making a name for themselves.
I'm sure we'll see that as we come down. This is our final team across the line. Bolivia getting ready to finish their account. The final team to finish here and round out the action at the 2024 World Aquatics Junior Open Water Swimming Championships. It's been a battle for the 6 kilometers, but a huge effort from Bolivia racing at this level. Alice from Setable will head across to Hong Kong, back on the world scene for October 26 and 27. That was always a fan favorite, the Hong Kong stop for the marathon swimming. And then we'll round out our season in Saudi Arabia, racing at Neom, the home of the Line, one of many Saudi Arabia projects that is making a splash around the world. So I'm sure Neom will turn on the lights for the finale of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. And once more, you'll be able to watch that live and free across the world via YouTube.
Yeah, there's going to be some great racing going on, some really cool venues. Especially looking forward to Hong Kong. I've heard very good things about it. Beautiful city. Hopefully be fortunate enough to visit later on this year. But I love, this is why I love open water. You get so many cool places to go to. Like, look at the venue that we've been at today. Previously, this competition took place in the Seychelles. We're getting to go to Portugal with the World Cup, Hong Kong, and then on to Saudi Arabia. And then I'm sure the event organisers are already planning and plotting what the 2025 World Cup legs are going to look like. And then, of course, we're in Singapore for the World Championships as well. So there's some fantastic racing, some fantastic venues. And as you have been saying all this year, and it's so, so true, it is a great time to be an open water fan and an open water swimmer as well.
Yeah, they've been talking about just how intense it's been since the Tokyo Olympics and qualifying for those Olympics. I'm sure you can speak to, Alice, was an intense period. But between Tokyo and Paris, it was absolutely chaotic, and it looks to be much more of the same post the Paris Olympics. For fans and spectators around the world, they get to watch the best of the world take to the water. Last year we saw Leonie Beck take the title on an absolute fingernail from Sharon van Rouwendaal. Krzysztof Rosowski was almost unbeatable across the men's series, so we'll see how that plays out. 3 stops still to come, only 2 swums so far in Soma Bay, Egypt, and Golfo Aranci in Italy, so there is a lot to come for 2024. Still a bit to come for the rest of this event as we get ready to present our medals and see our federations on top of the podium. Who's going to take out that championship trophy? We'll find out very shortly.
This is the rhythm of my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony of the 14-16 years mixed relay.
And here we just see the 14 to 16 mixed relay about to take onto the podium.
Medals and gifts will be presented by the World Aquatics Bureau member Zuhair Al-Mufti, the Alghero 2024 Organizing Committee President Lorenzo Zicconi, and the Italian Swimming Federation Regional President Danilo Russo. Winner of the bronze medal, Italy! Rappresented by Ginevra Vagaglini, Maila Spennato, Gabriela Loisi e Gaetano Tammaro. Winner of the silver medal, Germany!
Germany's taking the silver medal. Great to see it, and as me was saying, with the podium.
Represented by Sydney Ferch, Laura Blementhal Arts, Moritz Hetman, Jonas Lieschke. Winners of the gold medal and mixed relay junior world champions, Hungary!
We see Hungary taking to the podium now. Great camaraderie amongst the teammates. And,
Represented by Napsugar Neji, Anna Bartalos, Martin Uzzi and Mate Karpati.
We've talked throughout the champs just how special it is to be standing on that top podium for your federation, but to be joining your teammates up there will be a moment these athletes will never forget.
yes, certainly. It's a really, really special moment, as we were saying. To be able to swim a relay in open water, I think is really cool, really special. And you can see what it means to the swimmers, and just the smiles and the joy is fantastic to see.
You can see all the athletes standing up there proud in their uniforms. They'll hear the Hungarian national anthem, and I'm sure there'll be goosebumps around the beach here in Alghero, as this is the second last medal presentation of these championships.
Yeah, we've seen some absolutely fantastic racing this weekend. Finishing with Hungary and France.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Hungary. Alghero, make some noise for your Junior World Championships medalists.
16 years, 4x1500 meter relay. It's a moving moment when you hear your national anthem, and you can see just how much it means to them as they post for their photos. I'm sure this will be posted up around their house for years to come.
Yes, definitely. I love this moment of getting the selfie on the podium. you really should take the moment to enjoy, embrace, and soak it up, especially as a junior. Things can change drastically in the sport, and they're really moments that are well deserved. A lot of effort has gone into so many years of creating such amazing athletes and such great performances. So it's fantastic to see them rewarded for all of their efforts, and the future is very bright for all of the swimmers that we've seen compete this weekend.
And that was a sensational point by yourself, saying that, of course, this isn't an unfamiliar sight. Italy, Hungary, Germany on the podium in the relay. I know we've seen a lot of federations step up, but it's good to see the stalwarts continuing to produce the talent.
Yeah, of course, to Lucas's point of the start of American dominance, it's not going to be easy for them. And of course, America's well aware of that. There's amazing competition across the world, across Europe, across Asia. And, there are so many great countries who, keep putting out talent after talent, like Hungary, like France. I love how Spain
Alghero,
came
please
through to get an
welcome
amazing
the
bronze
medal
medal
ceremony
in
of
this
the
next,
Open
relay
Mixed
next
Relay.
So, we've really had some countries cement themselves as those swimming nations, but some other countries who've
Winners
really made it
of the
difficult for them to
bronze
do so.
medal, Spain. Represented by Noah Martin, Clara Martinez de Salinas Peña, Mateo Garcia, Cristobal Vargas Trujillo. Winners of the silver medal, United States of America. Represented by Claire Stolmacher, Ryan Erisman, Claire Weinstein, and Luke Ellis. Winners of the gold medal and mixed relay champion, France. Represented by Clemence Cocordano, Valentin Leclerc, Emile Vincent, Sacha Lely.
What a moment for the French team, and what a special swimmer Sacha Velli is developing into. That was a really professional race, and that touch was simply incredible.
Yeah, definitely. You can really feel that, he's the team leader in that sense. They'll be looking to him for that experience, for that knowledge of racing at World Cup levels. I still can't believe he's a junior. I said at the start of the meet, I was kind of shocked to see his name on the start list. I just thought he was in his early 20s. I've seen his name around for a number of years now. Yeah, very bright future. And the same can be said for the rest of the French team. All swimming very well to put in these really great efforts, and it's going to be competitive to get onto those senior teams for a number of countries over the next few years.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Alghero makes a noise for your World Junior Championships medalist.
As we heard the crowd get involved, which is just such a special part of these meets, is when the federations start to sing, it's party time.
Yeah, yeah, I do love that. You know, the country pride, the joy. I pretty said I sang "God Save the Queen" when I had my moment on top of the podium. You know, it was easy lyrics for me to remember. So I thought, you know, why not? These moments don't come often, so you've got to soak it up. And it's fantastic to see that from the French athletes, but also from their teammates and team staff as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something that they would remember. As we have one final presentation still to come. Of course, the championship trophy. I love this, including the national flag in the presentations.
Yeah, these have been some really nice moments, really good footage, and you know, opportunities for these athletes to celebrate representing their country, representing themselves, and coming away with some fantastic medals and performances.
So we have it. We'll see how the final medal tally plays out very shortly. The final action here in Alghero, Italy. And I'm sure there's a lot of federations that would have been doing some calculations on those touches at the end.
Yes, definitely. You know, this is a great time.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the top team trophy. The trophy will be presented by the World Aquatics Bureau member, Zuhail Al-Mafti.
USA on top, just 4 points separating it. 5 points in the top three. That's really close.
And the top team of the Alghero 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Junior World Championships is United States of America.
Really great watch for all of the fans and family back home.
So I guess Luke Ellis was right. Keep an eye on the USA, as they are the championship team for the very first time at the Junior Open Water Swimming Championships.
I absolutely love that they've got the full team up there.
That's so cool.
It really is a team effort, especially if you're going to commemorate all of them for all of the hard work that they put in over the weekend. So, you know, yeah, hopefully we can get everyone bunched up onto that first place slot if we can. But yeah, absolutely great to see that it's being recognised with this first place plaque.
That's so special.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, give it out to the top team of the Alghero 2024 World Junior Championships, United States of America.
USA go out on top. Alice, that concludes the action here. Any final thoughts on what we've seen?
My final thoughts are I really think this was the best show of junior racing that we've ever seen. Like the back-to-back races, we've had so many amazing races and performances to call on. And the future is bright for so many of these athletes, and even some of the athletes that we weren't necessarily talking about all weekend. We've seen how that development and how this experience can lead into them becoming some of the best swimmers in the world. So I'm confident a lot of the names that we've seen on the start list, a lot of the names that we're talking about will be the future stars of the sport, and it was a great showing of that future talent.
Well, there you have it. That concludes the action at the 2024 World Aquatics Junior Open Water Swimming Championships. We have seen stars born and memories made. The future looks bright, and we can't wait until next time we meet. My name is Will Rollo, joined by Alice Deering, and on behalf of the entire team at World Aquatics, thank you for joining us here in Alghero, Italy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please I ask to Zuhail Al-Mafti, Sid Cassidy, Ferry Ullman.